Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to extend my welcome to everyone who is present here offline, as well as our audience members watching us on YouTube. I will be your Minister of Ceremonies for the second day of the 9th BIPC. My name is Park Jae-sung of BPA. This is the 9th Busan International Port Conference hosted by the Busan Port Authority, and we're holding it here offline and live streaming on YouTube, following yesterday's conference as well. Yesterday, we had a successful day of different sessions. However, the main event of the BIPC is always focused on the sessions of the second day. We have paid close attention to organizing this particular session, so I'd like to ask you for your continued attention. This conference theme is what we have lost and what we must restore. Over the weekend, I have the habit of looking at different newspapers and reading the media, and I believe that there are so many headlines right now about marine shipping and logistics. I have to say that I'm very excited to see these media reports, but I'm also concerned because there are many people who are concerned about the global supply chain, which is very uncertain, and especially marine shipping and logistics, there is the need for a fast response to the post-pandemic era. I'm sure that everyone here with us today is also very much interested in this massive paradigm shift that lies ahead of us. What is it exactly that is changing? What must we do? The BIPC, hosted by BPA, has 3 sessions ahead of you, providing insight from experts. So before we begin the sessions in earnest, we have a short film that we would like to screen for you. In these different conferences, you would likely see promotional videos of the hosts or organizers, but BIPC, as the only Korean conference specializing in marine shipping and logistics, we created our own short film for you. We worked together with a film company, internationally recognized film company. We'd like to ask you to watch the film.
Be prepared to work with
Wasn't QAnon saying that Trump would be reinstated as president?
So I think the group and present day videos from business.
Welcome to our webinar on the topic of transport and especially in international ports. A port is a maritime facility comprising one or more wharves or loading areas where ships load and discharge cargo and passengers. Ports are extremely important to the global economy.
You are not
For
attentive.
this reason, ports are also often densely populated.
Be careful. In 15 seconds, you will normally be inattentive.
Elements that provide the labor for processing and moving goods and related services for the ports.
Busan Port has now grown to become the world's second largest transshipment port. The United Nations Conference on Trade and Development's 2020 Liner Shipping Connectivity Index listed Busan Port as having the world's 4th highest connectivity rating. As of 2020, multinational 67 companies are in operation, and Busan Port has developed into a space for added business value and job creation. As Korea's first port redevelopment project, it will introduce new commercial business districts, maritime culture zones, and waterside community parks to the area, bringing fresh vitality to Busan's old urban neighborhood. We've been making the utmost of efforts and investments to become a world-class, green and smart port.
I'm Sunyu Lee from Busan Port. How are you doing? Did you enjoy the experience?
Hello, Sonia Lee. It was great. Busan Port must be a world-class port.
Thank you for your great comments on Busan Port. Would you be interested in collaborating with us?
Absolutely. We want to use Busan Port as a transshipment hub. And your new port district park can boost our business competitiveness.
Thank you for your answers, Mark. We welcome you to the Port of Busan.
박수 한번 부탁드리겠습니다.
Please give it a big round of applause. The Busan Port Authority wanted to present our vision of the future to you via video, so thank you for playing the film. Now we'd like to move straight into the working sessions. Our first working session is based on the theme of global maritime container shipping, trends, and forecasts. Let me introduce our moderator to you. Our moderator, simply put, is an expert on global logistics. I can say that he is perfect for leading the sessions ahead of us. Please welcome from Inha University, Chang Young-tae. Hello, I've just been introduced from Inha University, Asia Pacific Logistics Department. My name is Chang Young-tae. It is a pleasure to meet you. Every year around this time, the Busan Port Authority, or the BPA, hosts this very important conference. Last year and this year, when I take a look at the programs for the 2 years, I was able to see how informative they would be. I think that the organizers of BPA were very successful in organizing a very successful conference. Despite the impact of COVID-19, I believe that this conference would be acknowledged around the world. I've worked in Busan for about 2 years and then went back to Seoul to work. But every time I come back to Busan, where I was born, I'm very excited to come back here to my hometown. I love the smell and the scent and the faces of the people of Busan. For the people of Busan, really trying to learn from the past and prepare for the future. When I look at the conference such as BIPC, I feel that the future of Busan is quite bright indeed. If you take a look at the sessions, you would see that the 3 experts in the first working session are experts who really represent the world. They are top-ranking experts and officials who represent the maritime shipping industry around the world. In fact, CEO Tim Power, his works at TMO, and then he moved to one of the major two consulting firms called Drury. He's the managing director there, and whenever BPA makes a request, I know that Mr. Tim Power makes it a point to come with very useful illustrative points for us, which he did last year as well. Today is going to talk about decarbonization and shipping, which, as we're going to later realize, the shipping industry, because of COVID-19, one of the several impacts is decarbonization and the other is digitalization. And today, Mr. Power is going to focus on decarbonization in his presentation. We now like to hear from Mr. Tim Power. So let me make a brief housekeeping announcement. We do have simultaneous interpretation receivers on the tables. Please make use of the receivers and set them to channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English. Thank you.
Gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to be back at BIPC this year, even though we are not all together. Great pleasure. As you know, we are battling in the shipping industry with the effects of COVID, but I think there is a much bigger challenge coming to us, and that is the challenge of decarbonizing this whole industry. And I'm going to give you a short talk about this, and I hope it will be illuminating for you. As you know, there's a lot of work going on in the IMO to regulate emissions from shipping. We had the IMO 2020 regulation on sulfur dioxide. There's regulation on nitrous oxide. But now the focus is much more on greenhouse gases, and particularly, of course, CO2. In 2018, the IMO published its initial greenhouse gas strategy, and it said we must achieve a reduction of 50% of emissions by 2050. But now everybody realizes that that is not enough, and a new strategy is being developed. At the IMO in June this year, two new measures were put forward and agreed. The first is that all ships must have an energy efficiency index, and secondly, they all must monitor the carbon intensity of their operation. And you can see that this regulatory environment is going to become more and more demanding. These initial measures are aimed at reducing carbon emissions from shipping by 11% by 2026. But of course, that is far from enough. The other source of pressure on the industry is going to come from its customers. And this is an announcement that was made this week by two major retailers, Amazon and IKEA. They are all looking now for zero carbon by 2040. And there are many other customers who are looking for similar improvements from this industry. This is going to put more and more pressure on ship owners, particularly in the container shipping sector. The other area of pressure, of course, is going to come from climate activists, organizations such as Greenpeace, who are going to become more and more demanding and more and more active as time goes on in forcing industries, including shipping, to move to net zero. So regulatory pressure and customer pressure is going to increase. The change in atmosphere over the last 2 years on this topic is extraordinary, and my own opinion is it is going to become more and more intense. So what actually can this industry do to get to net zero by 2050? This is a chart produced by IMO, and what it shows you is that if the industry does nothing, emissions from it will rise from approximately 1 billion tons of CO2 in 2010 up to over 2.5 billion tons in 2050. The world will simply not accept this. So there are various things that the industry can do. First of all, there are design and technical measures that can make a big difference. There are operational measures. I mean, a simple operational measure is to slow down the ships. The relationship between speed and fuel consumption is a relationship of cubes, and that means reductions in speed can have very substantial reductions in fuel consumption. But actually, there has to be a lot more. And new technologies, and particularly alternative fuels, will be essential for meeting the target of net zero by 2050. Here's a short list which you can read at your leisure of some of the things that vessel operators can do to reduce emissions from their vessels. You can limit the engine power, as we've said, reducing speed. You can improve the quality of the hull by keeping it clean. You can use air lubrication systems. You can have different hull shapes or rudder shapes that reduce drag, new paints, better trim management. But actually, all of these things make a difference, but the crucial point is the one at the top, which is alternative fuels. Now, the question when you're thinking about alternative fuels as a ship owner is, what is it going to cost me to run my ship on these alternative fuels? And here's a chart that shows some rather terrifying cost numbers. If you were going to use now, as of today, green hydrogen, it would be costing you $25,000 a ton. And that compares with current fuel oil cost of roughly $500 to $600. So you can see that that would be completely uncompetitive in terms of the market. Of course, that is an extreme example, but you will see on this chart that all the alternative fuels at the moment are significantly more expensive than conventional fuel. So how can this be squared with the highly competitive nature of the shipping industry? Well, one of the mechanisms that might help deal with this is what are being referred to as market-based measures. And this is essentially a tax on carbon. A lot of people argue that the taxes on carbon are totally inadequate to represent the cost to society as a whole of emissions of carbon dioxide, and therefore there must be much higher costs attached to the use of fossil fuel. And that can take the form of a greenhouse gas levy, or these IMRB proposed carbon dues, or some emissions trading system. Whichever way you look at it, the cost of existing fossil fuels will have to be raised through these levies or taxes in order to level the playing field with these alternative fuels, and possibly also to raise money for research or mitigation measures, for example, small islands and developing countries. So these market-based measures are an essential element, and they create an environment in which new fuels can be developed successfully. This is a chart just showing the emissions from these various fuel types. You can see that if we look at LNG, which is the most commonly used now, but perhaps the most controversial, you can see that there appears on this chart to be a significant reduction in emissions from the use of LNG in comparison with HFO and MGO. And this is the route that quite a number of container shipping lines are pursuing. CMA CGM has launched a loop of 24,000 LNG-powered ships. Hapag-Lloyd is building LNG-powered ships. But not everyone agrees with this. The World Bank in particular has been very vociferous, saying that the pursuit of LNG is a dead end and it's a wrong technology to be developing. And Maersk Line actually appears to agree. They have not pursued LNG. They are pursuing methanol and have just launched, or they have ordered 16,000 TEU methanol-powered ships. So this whole question about which fuel will be adopted is a very complex and difficult one, and a source of great argument among participants in this industry. What are the factors that are required for this alternative fuel? Because this is probably the biggest challenge that the industry faces. Well, the first thing is you have to have lots of renewable energy to create it. If you're going to create hydrogen by electrolysis, for example, that will require enormous amounts of renewable energy. Otherwise, it's not a green fuel at all. There will have to be new types of marine engines. A lot of these are under development. You will have to have the availability of fuel widespread globally, or at least at major bunkering points. And that requires the creation of an enormous bunkering infrastructure and probably a trading system that simply does not exist for these fuels at the moment. And lastly, of course, you have to have the motivation on the ship owners to adopt the new fuel. And as I've discussed earlier, this can be helped by the market-based measures that we talked about before. So what are shipping lines doing now? Well, this is the alternative fuel order book. What you can see, of course, is it's totally dominated by LNG, and that is for the very simple reason that that is the only available option now. There has been some criticism from a variety of parties, including Greenpeace, of lines pursuing the LNG route. But the truth is that there's no other choice. I attended a seminar with Hapag-Lloyd a couple of months ago where they explained their decision on the LNG new buildings, and their logic seemed to be absolutely right to me. In their view, the use of LNG can result in a reduction of 25% in emissions, and it is available. Why would you not do that? Would you stick with the old fuel types if you could make some improvement now? So I think the logic of what they're doing is correct for now. But of course, as these new fuels become available, then of course this will begin to switch. I mentioned Maersk, who have themselves taken a radically different step, and they are pursuing methanol. They're also, as they order the ships, they are also now already working on securing the long-term fuel supplies in California. And I suspect that this is basically going to be powering a single Transpac loop that's going to be running on methanol when these vessels are launched. I guess it will be in 2024. So this is a really important part of monitoring the progress of this, is to see what is happening in the new building. Of course, this is not just container ships, this is all ships. So to summarize, ladies and gentlemen, a few points for you to reflect on. First of all, decarbonization of the container shipping sector will happen. This is inescapable now. Society will not tolerate an industry emitting large amounts of carbon in the long term. Impossible. What that means is that the demands from regulators are going to become more and more difficult and more intense. And customer pressure and activist pressure is going to become much more intense. In London, at the moment, we have protesters blocking the city. We have them gluing themselves to roads around the city of London. This is going to become more and more prevalent as time goes on, and that will also affect our industry. We know that emissions reductions can be achieved by efficiency measures and operational measures such as related to speed, but they will not be enough. Alternative fuels will have to be developed and produced in scale and distributed in scale. And that requires a very large and complex ecosystem to allow their deployment. The shipping industry is in a difficult position now because the technology for this in the long term has not yet been developed. And now we are in a position of enormous uncertainty and difficulty for ship owners. So we all have to work together to manage this problem. It's going to be the next 10 to 15 years. During that period, the industry is going to undergo a colossal transformation. As an observer, it's going to be fascinating to watch. For the participants, it's going to be extremely demanding. And so I leave you with that thought, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for inviting me to this great conference. I hope it's been interesting and fruitful for you, and I look forward to seeing you in person, I hope, next year. Thank you.
네.
Please give him another round of big applause. Then I'd like to turn to Professor Zhang for his comment. So for every presentation, I will make a summary of the presentation. We have world-renowned scholars and professors. Now we have some online participants who are studying this subject. That is why, for the benefit of those participants, I would like to give a brief overview and summary of the presentation. Each presentation. So the point of the presentation is why we need to pursue decarbonization of the shipping industry. There are three movements and the trends in the market. The first is a stricter regulation by the IMO, which started back in 2018 on the greenhouse gases. And before that, IMO introduced its regulation on sulfur and NOx. And the ultimate goal is to achieve net zero by 2050. Or carbon neutrality by 2050. And second is a stronger pressure from the customer. So the two world largest retailers, Amazon and IKEA, announced that they will become carbon neutral by 2040. And the third trend is the pressure from the climate activists, NGOs such as Greenpeace. So we are facing the pressures from these three forces. That is why we need to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. If we don't do anything, the price of inaction will be enormous. If we don't do anything, then the carbon emission by the shipping industry will reach 2.5 billion by 2050. And this kind of practice would not be accepted by, tolerated by the global community and then by the consumers. That is why we need to introduce various innovative technical designs from the design stage of a ship in order to realize the green vessel. And second, we can introduce various operational measures in order to improve the energy efficiency of the vessel. In addition to that, if we can do the slow steaming, then this can reduce fuel consumption and consequently, as a result, the reduction in the emission. But more than anything else, we need to develop alternative fuel. The hydrogen is one of the key areas the Korean government is focusing on. But green hydrogen is very expensive. It's $25,000 per ton, so it is not affordable at this point in time. And there are technical measures, operational measures, and alternative measures, and various alternative fuels and various other measures we can adopt. In addition to that, we also have a market-based mechanism or market-based measure. And the carbon taxation or carbon tax might be one of the options we can consider with regard to this market-based mechanism. Emissions trading scheme is another type of market-based measures. And then as for carbon taxation, but the price ranges from $30 to $50. But based on this market-based measure, various carriers are carrying out various measures. Well, and Hapag-Lloyd, the representative German carrier, was placed an order for a new eco-friendly ship. But as for Maersk, well, they are pushing ahead with the methanol-powered vessel, while other key carriers are focused more on the LNG-powered vessels. So the biggest uncertainty here is the alternative fuel. In order to adopt alternative fuel, we need to have high availability of the fuel and the innovative engine in order to accommodate alternative fuel. And we should be able to motivate carriers or ship owners. But the overall direction that we are witnessing is the LNG-powered vessels. We have over 400 or 300 LNG-powered vessels, but the speaker attended Hapag-Lloyd seminar a few months ago. The logic behind this LNG vessel new building was good and persuasive because of the technological gap to introduce various alternative fuels. So this is my summary of the presentation. Thank you.
So apparently, I would also have to introduce our next speaker. So I would like to introduce our next speaker now, who is Lars Jensen. Was for a very long time employed at Maersk, and since 2010 he has been at Sea Intelligence, one of the top-ranking consulting companies, the co-CEO there. Sea Intelligence changed its name this year to Vespucci Maritime, and now he is the CEO of the newly renamed Vespucci Maritime. Tim Power early on talked about decarbonization, and in this next part of the working session, we would like to hear from Mr. Lars Jensen and see our future, what's going to happen in the container shipping industry going forward. So now I would like to hear from Mr. Lars Jensen now.
Thank you very much for inviting me to present to this audience here today. I'm sorry I cannot be in Korea, but I hope the world will soon open up so I can be out there in person again for the next sessions. What I'm going to address here is, to some degree, the problems we're in now, but I'm going to focus more on what comes next. Where will we come to once we are through the current problems? The challenge, of course, is the current situation is one that is dominated by a lot of different factors, all happening at the same time. There is not one single reason for why we have the problems. There is not one single simple solution that will solve the problems. And that, of course, means it is going to take quite some time before we come through a transition period and into a new normality. So let me add a few words on how that transition is going to look like, and then a lot of words on what will the new normality look like that we get into after the pandemic. In the shorter term, 2022, 2023, especially 2022, this is where we're going to see the journey back towards normality. But it is not going to be a transition that will be quick. It will actually be quite slow. Most optimistically, if I look at this from a global perspective, this is going to take at least 6 months, very likely more than 6 months. It is very likely that the whole transition is going to stretch way into at least second half of 2022. The timeline for this is extremely uncertain, as it depends on a number of parameters completely outside the control of the industry, most notably whether we're going to see more lockdowns either in entire countries or in regions in countries going forward. What should also be noted here is that the transformation from the current problems back into a normal market is not going to be a smooth ride. It will not be a gradual improvement. It's much more likely that we are going to see ripples back and forth in the system. As a practical example, consider all the vessels that are right now stuck in a queue outside the US West Coast. As the US West Coast congestion improves, all these vessels will be released. That will cause an enormous amount of vessels to come back to Asia, which again could cause another wave of cargo going back to the US. So we're going to have these harmonica-like ripples back and forth through the system for a substantial part of 2022. We also have missing numbers in understanding demand. This is something that is normally not the case, but we have 3 types of demand that we have no data on whatsoever. There is an element of cargo that is in containers at origin but has not been moved because there's no space on the ships. When vessel capacity becomes released, this will materialize as excess demand. We also have demand in the form of cargo that is at the factories but not loaded into containers because there were no containers available. And finally, we also have cargo where the factories were told to postpone production because the buyers did not have a reasonable way of moving the cargo right now. This is also going to add to these ripples that we'll see during the transformation back to normality. These ripples, of course, will also lead to an expectation of very large swings in freight rates on all trades around the world, even smaller local trades. But when we then do start to emerge out into that normality, what is the underlying market that we're going to come into? Here it's important to just add a few words on where the market was in 2019 before the pandemic. The outlook in 2019 was that there was actually going to be very limited injections of new capacity. Capacity growth in the market was low because the carriers 3-4 years ago did not order very many ships. So we were in a market that was already becoming stronger in favor of the carriers because of low capacity injection. Over the last 6 months, the container lines have now ordered a lot of new vessels, but they will not be delivered until 2023, 2024. So once we get out from the current congestion problems, we will emerge into an underlying market which is in an upcycle. It is strong because of the relatively limited injection of capacity in recent years. This upcycle will not be broken until we get to the second half of 2023 and we're seeing the phase-in of all the new deliveries. So the normality we come out into is a market that is fundamentally much stronger than what we had before the pandemic. We are also seeing a change in how the carriers are ordering vessels. Yes, they have indeed ordered some vessels of the ultra-large category, so the 20 to 24,000 TEU vessels. But we're increasingly seeing them focus on ordering vessels that is a step down in size, typically the 14 to 16,000 TEU vessels. So it's going to change the dynamics slightly. Basically, all the ultra-large vessels, they will continue to be on the Asia-Europe trade. This is what they're designed for. And we basically reached the upper limit of what makes sense to operate in Asia-Europe. These newer, slightly smaller vessels, however, they will increasingly find their way into the Trans-Pacific trade, where some of them are already operating in trades like Asia to US East Coast. So what we will see is not much of an increase in vessel size on Asia-Europe, but we will continue to see increases in vessel sizes on all the other trades as these secondary ships start to cascade into the different trades. We're also seeing carriers showing an increased preference for dual fuel engines. There is an enormous amount of uncertainty related to what are the fuels going to be in the future, how is the whole decarbonization process going to come along. And that means carriers will not be willing to order vessels that are deeply dependent on electrofuels. They would rather order dual fuel, so if the carbon neutral fuels become available, they can use them, but if they're not available, they can still use traditional fuels. So we're going to come out into a stronger market, that is almost for sure, and we're not going to see excess capacity injection until we get to second half of 2023. Then we have another aspect that's important to contemplate, because the challenges in the supply chain right now has been related to, was the system robust enough? Did we have a global supply chain that was sufficiently resilient? If we look at the market today, the answer seems to be a clear no. It was not resilient enough to handle all these pandemic ripples. Will we then see a new normality where the supply chains will become more resilient? The answer to that will very likely be no. That might sound odd, because it would sound like nobody learned any lessons from the problem we're in now, but that's actually not the case. We need to think about this slightly differently. Resilience is just a nice word for overcapacity. If you want a system to be resilient, you would want more ships, larger terminals, more trucks, more inventory, longer lead times. That all costs money. Are the customers at the end of the day willing to pay for such resilience? The answer to that is very likely no when we start to look back into the normality a few years down the line. Think about it in very practical terms. Let us say I have a company right now where I am moving clothes, and my supply chain is under severe pressure, and I would very likely start to build in buffers. I would have larger inventories, I will have longer lead times, I will have more buffer in my supply chain because I need it to be more resilient. And in the current situation, that makes sense. But then think 3 or 4 years into the future. If I continue to do this, somebody is going to look at my business and say, well, that is not a very optimal way to set it up. Why don't we start a competing company that imports clothes, but we have a much more efficient supply chain that is a lot cheaper to run, and we will compete with this guy that has this very inefficient supply chain, because resilience also looks like inefficiency if you look at it in the short term. So over the next 3 or 4 years, we're going to see a movement where in the very short term, we will see more resilience built into their supply chain. But over the next 3 or 4 years, that resilience to a large degree will again be removed from the supply chain, because realistically, nobody's willing to pay for it. And just to put that into another context as well, the problems that we have in the supply chain globally right now, that costs billions in terms of the supply chain. And that sounds like a bad idea, but then consider the last 30 years. In the last 30 years, the system was perfectly fine and resilient for all the normal disruptions. So over the last 30 years, we have saved trillions because we didn't need all that excess capacity. So seen in the longer term, it is actually unlikely that we are going to see more resilience built into the system. Another integral element of the new normality that we're going to come into is the impact of consolidation. What I'm showing on the graph here is actually 2020, not 2021. This is the amount of blank sailings on the main deep sea trades the carriers did in the various phases of the pandemic. They were extremely good at removing capacity when the pandemic caused demand to drop. But blank sailings that were used for this were already becoming normal in 2020. Blank sailings right now in 2021 is different. Blank sailings now is because there's a physical shortage of vessels due to all the disruptions. But going forward in the new normal, The new normal will include blank sailings. That is part and parcel of how the consolidated carriers operate their network. So both shippers, ports, and terminals, they need to think through, once we get into the new normal, that does not mean that all services always will run like clockwork every single week. There will be services that will frequently see blank sailings, not because that's disruption, but because that is part of the new normality. What we also see is a market where there are new and very different competitive battles that's going to be fought. On one hand, we're going to see more consolidation, not in the main carriers, but amongst the regional and local niche carriers. We see sometimes some of the major carriers acquiring smaller local niche carriers where it fits in their portfolio. We also see mergers between regional carriers. We will see more of that going forward. But we are also seeing what I would call a multi-front battle. You have a large number of very different stakeholders that are engaged in a competitive battle, and this is something that will unfold basically over the duration of this decade out to 2030. We have container carriers that are going deeper into logistics, especially Maersk and CMA, but likely more will do it over the next 12 to 24 months. We see container carriers that are increasingly going directly for cargo owners, trying to bypass forwarders by developing better digital solutions. We have existing freight forwarders that are launching more advanced digital solutions. We have digital providers that are now building the physical expertise to do forwarding. We have cargo owners such as Amazon and Alibaba entering the logistics service space, also fighting for part of the control. And we're beginning to see terminal operators entering shipping and logistics. This is especially DP World that has been very active over the last 24 months on this front. This is a major competitive battle for control of the actual cargo owners at the end of the day. This is going to unfold over the duration of this decade. Another thing that is emerging here is digitalization. This has been accelerated by the pandemic. This was already underway for several years before the pandemic, but now it has been accelerated partly because it's been very clear where are the manual gaps and how problematic that is when you have to work from home, but also because the extreme degree of profitability right now in the supply chain sector means that there is ample funds available to invest in digitalization. What all the players need to realize, though, is digitalization will not make them competitive. Digitalization is what you need to do to stay in the game. Otherwise, you will not be part of the game at all. But you need to focus on how do I then handle the exceptions, something that is extremely clear right now when the market is under pressure, that exception handling is where you can demonstrate your service quality. So in summing this up, the new normal that we are getting into is basically characterized by the following. We have a market where we have stronger market power with the container carriers. This was going to happen anyway. It's a consequence of 20 years of consolidation. This will be really the bottom line looking forward. On the vessel side, we have very likely reached the largest vessels. Those are the ones on the Asia-Europe trade. But in smaller trades, we will still see an increase in vessel sizes as we have cascading and newer vessels being built that are larger for those specific trades. This will drive also a development where, from a network perspective, they will become more optimized to these vessels, which means we will likely see a concentration of transshipment cargo into fewer key hub locations that will become larger. This means increased competitive pressure between the container terminals that are handling transshipments. We see more consolidation amongst regional carriers. They will be larger, there will be fewer. This whole battle for the cargo will likely reduce in the disappearance of a sizable amount of small and medium-sized freight forwarders. We will see the gradual elimination of market participants that are not able to make this digital transformation. And underlying all of this is a trend that's going to play out not just in this decade, but over the next 20 years. That's the drive towards decarbonization. That was what I had decided to show, at least for the initial parts here of my presentation. Thank you very much for inviting me to come here, and I'm looking forward to take any questions you might have. Thank you very much.
Please give him a big round of applause. Yes, now we'd like to hear once again from our moderator for his comments and for his summary of the key points. As you've just listened to the presentation, after we've heard from Mr. Tim Power of Jewelry, Mr. Lars Jensen provided his presentation from a different angle, from another angle. When we look at container shipping, there are many different factors that are very complicated, so it's difficult to look at just one factor. But we can see that Mr. Lars Jensen, he's a very practical consultant, so he gives very specific key points for us to consider. I think that maybe there are people here who are interested in possibly investing into this industry. And if you are, I think that this is a very good presentation for you, because in this new normality, when are we going back to the new normal, which is likely to happen in about 2022 or 2023? Mr. Jensen said that it's going to take at least over 6 months. And even if it were to happen, maybe it's going to happen in the second half of next year. And also, there's very important things that we have to consider, which is that there are these ripple effects, which, as you know, are these concentric circles that you see in the pond when you throw a stone or a rock inside. When you look at the West Coast, there are about 80 to 100 ships that are always there on delay, just waiting. The waiting time sometimes can go upwards of 2 weeks. And if these delays are relaxed, then the ripple effects will later go to Asia, and then the ships will all go back to Asia and then come back to the US. So on the demand side, if you look at the production bases, these containers cannot be loaded because there are no ships, and in the factories, the goods cannot be shipped because there are no containers. The supply in 2019, pre-pandemic, carriers did not place new orders, but over the last several months or so, these containers, the carriers were placing orders for new ships, but they will not come to the market until 2023 or 24. And the size of the container ships, the 24,000 TEU ships would be likely placed in the Asia-Europe line, which they are currently working these days, and the other vessels would be slightly smaller and placed on different routes, but the carriers typically prefer 14,000 to 16,000 TEU ships with dual fuel engines. The Asia-Europe trade typically will not see the container ships grow in bigger size. But because these ships are so big, the other routes would also see ships grow in size as well due to a cascading effect. I think that this is a very important conclusion, which is that until the second half of 2023, likely that this current structure is going to likely play out until then. We've heard recently that Trump sponsored candidate in Virginia won, and he said that resilience in logistics, that when there is a disruption in this sector, we have to really look at resilience. For resilience, we have to have more capacity, which means more ships, more warehouses, etc. But the carriers are not going to do that because over the last 30 years, the capacity was more than enough. So we did not necessarily need to have resilience going forward. So it appears that the customers are not going to pay for this. Maybe when the normal comes back, then there's going to be overcapacity then. And some of the competition might feel that the supply chain is not efficient, and then they will try to loosen, or they're going to make the capacity tighter. And then that's how the trend will settle going forward. We've seen consolidation among the carriers for the last 20 years, which is why that's what we're seeing right now. We're seeing a lot of blank sailings. I don't know if the students might be familiar with this, but because the carriers typically own these liners, they are operating on a very tight schedule, a very fixed schedule, but maybe going forward, there's going to be all of these blank sailings. In 2020, because of COVID, the carriers after 20 years of consolidation, their market power has gotten so big so that they would just take out about several percentage of the container ships from their network. But in 2021, although there's more demand, there's not enough container ships. And so we're seeing blank sailings because there is so much demand. There is new competition that we're seeing right now. The existing carriers are consolidating with other carriers, but they're also playing out in different industries, such as logistics or digital solutions providers are trying to get to the cargo owners. And Amazon and different other cargo owners are also going into logistics. Dubai Port World is said something similar. Mr. Jensen is saying that those players who do not digitize in the future would not be able to survive. So in the new normal, the ships will become bigger and there will be more M&As. And his background, he is a physicist, and so he was focusing on network optimization in Maersk. And he says that the big carriers are going to focus on big hubs and do network optimization. So in the next 20 years, digitization is something that we cannot shy away from.
Last speaker of working session 1 is Director Kanhua Ju. He served as the executive manager of Alphaliner, another consultancy service to the World Bank. So many of the leading consultants had a background in major carriers. So he once worked for APL. And the focus of his presentation will be on the market normalization.
All right, good afternoon. What I want to cover today is the question of how we get out of this current capacity constraint situation in the container shipping market. What we have seen this year is an unprecedented rebound in the container markets since the second half of 2020. And this year, the container shipping lines will all be reporting record levels of profitability. But if you are a freight buyer, this has been a very stressful year with record high freight rates and chaos in the entire supply chain. And this is due to the very tight vessel space situation and delays, especially due to congestion that we have seen in several key ports around the world. Now, although the current focus is on port congestion, the main driver behind the current problems that we are seeing is actually demand for container freight. There is an ongoing narrative that suggests that the current situation is driven primarily by the congestion that we are seeing within the global supply chain. And this is most visible in the long line of ships that we are seeing off the port of LA. However, this is mistaking congestion to be the cause of the problem when it is actually just a symptom of what the underlying problem is. The main driver behind the current situation really is the increase in demand for container cargo. This is an important point that I want to make here, because if we are to resolve this issue, then either demand has to fall or supply has to increase. And as I am speaking right now at the end of October, we are already seeing freight rates starting to fall, at least in the premium segment or the top end of the market. This is happening even though congestion remains at record high levels. So there is already clear evidence that congestion is not what is driving the high freight rates, because rates can still fall even while port congestion persists. Now, the reason why rates are falling right now is because we're seeing some reduction in demand. This is partly due to the power cuts in China that is affecting factory production volumes. And we are also coming off the October holidays in China, which
traditionally marks the end of the peak shipping season to the US and Europe. Now, at the same time, we have also seen a continued influx of new capacity, especially on the US West Coast. And this has provided some relief to the space pressure that we have seen on that route for most of the last 6 months. So it is important to look at both sides of this equation, and that is supply and demand. And what we have now is a situation where there is more supply in the West Coast coming just as demand is starting to weaken. And that is why we are now seeing some weakness in the freight rates, or at least the rate premiums that's in the market. Where we head from here really is going to depend on what happens to demand. That will determine whether we get back to the upward rate spiral that we've seen in the last several months, or if we are now at the start of the downward spiral for freight rates that will mark the turning point for this current market cycle. Now, in order to make a prediction of where we are heading, we need to look more closely at what is driving the demand and supply situation in this market. According to the data that we track for both global demand across key ports around the world and the global supply of container ships, both of these data show that demand and supply are higher right now than during any time during the last 2 years. Demand is higher not just compared to 2020, but also compared to the pre-COVID numbers in 2019. Now, at the same time, there has been an increase in global container ship supply, both in nominal as well as in effective terms. And this is after taking into account the reduction in the idle fleet, as well as the increase coming from new ship deliveries. The total global supply of container ship capacity will increase from about 23.5 million TEUs at the start of 2020 to 25 million TEUs by the end of the year. This is shown by the yellow line on this chart. So there is real growth of over 1.5 million TEU over the last 2 years. At the same time, there's over 2 million TEU of idle capacity that has been returned since the first half of last year. So what we are getting is a total increase of more than 3.5 million TEU in extra or additional ship capacity. The problem now is that most of that extra capacity has been taken up by congestion, and that's why you see that the effective supply line, which is the orange line that you see on this chart, that line has not increased by very much at all. And if we were to compare the effective supply in October of last year to where we are right now, you will see that there has been no increase in effective capacity, even though the total capacity of all available ships has actually increased by 1 million TEU. And on top of that, we have the idle fleet that has been run down by another 1 million TEUs. And so that 2 million capacity of additional capacity, all of that has been taken out by congestion. So that is what's happening on the supply side with the constraints that we're seeing on effective supply. But what we need to also look at is the demand side. And this is really the main driver behind the high freight rates that we're seeing right now, because it is the growth in demand that is causing the congestion. So you see here that demand is represented by the blue line here, which is based on actual port throughput numbers. That covers a sample of main port volumes that represents over 80% of total global volumes. Now, it's important that we get this point across because it will have an impact on how we will see a return to normal. Because what needs to happen first is either a reduction in demand or an increase in supply in order to allow the effective supply line to cross above the demand line, and only then can we see the market normalize. So the key question right now is, when will this happen? Now, what I want to do now is to focus on the demand side a little bit more. Now, what we have done is we track container volumes handled at all of the major ports in the world. And there is clear evidence here that shows that demand has been exceptionally high across all major trade regions. There is an incorrect perception that there is a demand boom only in the US, because we do have evidence here and that shows that there is clear growth across all of the major regions. And if we look at the global sample that I present on this chart, only the Middle East is showing lower volumes compared to 2019. But if we look at volumes in all of the other regions, they are all higher compared to both 2019 and 2020. Now, it's also important to note the timing of the volume growth, because we can see that demand has been high since the second half of last year. So even though full year 2020 growth was negative, what you see is that demand has already fully recovered and has turned positive since the second half of last year. And that's when all of the problems with congestion and the high freight rates have started. So on timing, it's also important to note that although we expect 7% growth for the full year in 2021, almost all of the growth is coming in the first half. The growth rate in the second half is already starting to normalize, and in fact, for the latest numbers that we have for September, and I believe also for October, these numbers are turning out slightly weaker than what we expected. Although part of that is due to port congestion constraints. So while the growth rate is slowing down in the second half of this year, this does not mean that we will see a normalization in the market anytime soon. Because as long as volumes stay close to the current peaks that we're seeing, and we do not see any sharp drops in port volumes, then the supply side bottlenecks will remain and congestion will be very hard to clear out. Now, what I want to show next is just a couple of charts to highlight where all of that container volume growth is coming from. So currently, the high growth is really driven by two main regions. First, we have China and US. You can see that for all of the main ports in these two countries, the growth remains at very high levels, and we would expect that these elevated volumes is going to remain for the next couple of months, and capacity in these ports is going to remain very tight. Now, on the other main ports around the world, we are also seeing a very similar pattern being played out. And so clearly the COVID-related demand that has pushed consumer spending, especially for stay-home related goods, has applied across all regions in the world. And you can see this in the main port volumes in Europe as well. And although they are not as high as what we see in the US, the trend here is clearly positive. And even in the smaller regions like Latin America and Australia, South Asia and Africa, we are also seeing very elevated demand that has remained persistently high over the last 12 months. Now, the situation in the regional ports in Asia is a little bit more unequal. We are not seeing the same kind of elevated demand in North Asia, as you can see here. Busan and Kaohsiung numbers, although they have recovered from 2020 lows, they are still off the peak that we have seen in previous years. But if you look at Southeast Asia, it is showing some fairly strong numbers, especially in Vietnam, where they have continued to enjoy very high growth rates, at least until the last 2 months when their volumes were severely affected by the strict lockdowns that were imposed in Vietnam. But we are expecting that Vietnam volumes will recover fairly quickly, although the latest numbers suggest that the recovery may take a bit longer due to the supply shortages that we're seeing over there. Now, what the high demand that we've seen has led to really is the congestion that we're seeing across the key ports around the world. But again, this is a symptom of the high demand. It is not the cause of the current situation that we're seeing. And this is what I want to illustrate here. In terms of port congestion, what we've seen is that it has escalated since the second half of last year, and it has now taken away over 10% of the global container shipping capacity. Now, it's important to realize that we've always had some congestion at ports around the world before this, but it usually does not affect more than 2 to 3% of the global fleet at any point in time. But since September of last year, we have seen the congestion number escalate very significantly, and it's gone up from 4%, and it's right now at over 10%. Now, the other problem is that congestion has been persistent and has now lasted for more than 12 months. So this has lasted for much longer than any previous periods of congestion that we've seen in the past. And right now, we have yet to see any signs of this being reversed. Now, if we look at where the congestion problem is at its most serious, it's really in the US, and it has continued to worsen, as you can see from this chart over here, where I measure the number of ships, or rather the total ship capacity that are waiting off the coast of all of the main US ports. And you can see that it has worsened, especially since July, and it's not coming down anytime soon. And this is due really to the continued influx of new capacity. So the flow of ships and cargo, especially those that's coming from Asia, that has not slowed down. And meanwhile, capacity at the ports and the productivity levels that we are seeing at the ports, that has not increased. And so this is what's leading to the current bottlenecks that we are seeing right now. Now, if we look across the other regions in the world, the congestion situation is somewhat more manageable compared to what we are seeing in the US. So if we look at Europe, for example, congestion at European ports remain relatively high, but at least it is not escalating in the same way that it has done in the US. We're seeing a similar situation in the Med, where congestion is pretty much under control at this point. And in the usual congestion hotspots that we have in the past in Africa and South Asia, we are actually not seeing any major buildup of congestion at all. So that's not a cause for concern at this point. But if we move across to Asia, you can see here that we are seeing significant congestion building up both in South China and in North China in recent months. But most of these congestion that we're seeing in China is really more weather related, because there's been a series of typhoons that has pushed up the congestion numbers over there. And also it's due to the port closures. We've already seen that happen in Yantian back in May, and also in Ningbo in late July. And in both cases, port congestion escalated during those periods of port closures because of the Chinese government's very strict COVID lockdown measures. Now, the good news here is that we are seeing congestion starting to come down, especially in North China. But it will still take a while for this to be cleared out fully, given the very high volumes that we're seeing. The similar situation is also true in Southeast Asia, where we see mainly congestion building up in Singapore, but that's not escalating. That's not escalated, and it's also clearing up. A lot of which is due to the better conditions coming from China. Now, for Northeast Asia and Korea in particular, we are not seeing any major buildup of congestion at all. So in Busan, for example, we have not seen any major congestion issues. And you can see here that in terms of absolute numbers, congestion in Northeast Asian ports is really very much under control at this point. So if we look back at where the congestion is most serious right now, it is really at the three main choke points in the US, and that's LA, Savannah, and Seattle. And in these three ports, the situation is really quite critical. The problem here is that we've seen a continuous flow of ships that continue to come in from Asia. And the number of ships in the queue now is more than the number of ships inside the port. So that's when we have the queue to berth ratio going above 1. Anytime you have a queue to berth ratio above 1, you are already seeing serious congestion. The problem here is that in LA, the ratio is now 2 times higher than the number of available berths. And in Savannah, it's even worse because the ratio is at 4 times. And once we have congestion start to build up in this way, it's clear that it's very hard to have it clear out anytime soon. And we can see this clearly in the case of Oakland. It took them more than 6 months to bring the queue ratio from where they were above 1 at the start of this year to below the critical level. And we are only starting to see that clear out after 6 months. And so we should really expect to see the same situation persist in LA and Savannah, especially since the queue ratio that we're seeing in these 2 ports are now so much higher than what we saw in the case of Oakland earlier this year. So in the short term, at least, there is really no real solution to the US congestion problem. If you look at where these congestion issues are, there really isn't any alternative ports where the cargo can move to. So if we look at the port of LA and Long Beach, they account for over 60% of the total container volumes in the West Coast. So just taking 5% of that volume and shifting it to other ports in the West Coast, it will simply overwhelm the capacity available at the other ports. Now, if we compare that to Seattle, for example, it is much easier to shift capacity out from Seattle because some of that extra demand can still go to the neighboring ports, and that includes Tacoma, Vancouver, and Prince Rupert. So although there has been serious congestion in Seattle, I think that is going to be significantly easier to clear compared to what we see in LA at the moment. But if we move to the East Coast, it's also not quite as simple because there isn't a lot of capacity available to replace the hotspot now, which is Savannah. And if we look at the next closest port to Savannah, which is Charleston, Charleston really is only half of the capacity available at Savannah. And so it's not going to be easy, even though there is right now some moves to divert some of these cargo away from Savannah into Charleston. That's not going to be sustainable as long as we continue to push ships into both the West Coast and the East Coast of the US. Now, at this point, it is really difficult to see any solution to the problem because the market needs to be allowed to work its way through the course of this congestion problem. What needs to happen is that both demand and supply needs to adjust so that it can come into balance again. And we are seeing some steps being taken by the US government to add more capacity in the US ports through extended gate opening hours. But this is not going to be the solution, and it will take a long time to work its way through the system because you need to have the entire supply infrastructure to be matched. And that includes adding more trucks, adding more truck drivers, and also warehousing and distribution centers also need to be able to work around the clock. So just by extending, the terminal gate hours in itself, I don't believe that's going to be sufficient to clear away the congestion. And in the meantime, some of these extra capacity that we're seeing in terms of the number of new services that's been introduced to the US West Coast, some of these new capacity needs to be taken off because we have simply added too much supply at this point. But even on the supply side, it will take a while for that to happen because demand for imports remain elevated at this moment. Now, so with that, I hope that this provides some useful background on how we have reached the present state for the market. And we can go from here to a discussion within this forum to examine where the market will hit from now on. And with that, I want to thank the organizers again for arranging for this forum. And I do hope to meet all of you again very soon in person the next time. Thank you very much.
Please give him another round of big hand. Thank you very much for your extensive presentation based on a massive data set. If you have any comment or questions, please use the YouTube chat box, and we will address those questions. At the end of today's program, at the Q&A session, I'd like to ask for your active participation. Now I'd like to turn to Professor Zhang for his comment and summary of the key points. As you have heard repeatedly, Mr. Tim Power focused on decarbonization by 2030, 2050, and Mr. Loss Jansen to focus on what will happen in the next 3 to 5 years, and Mr. Chen Huaju will focus more on what's going on and what we need to do in the short term. The point he elaborated on is that for the normalization of the market, we need to tackle the port congestion mostly taking place in the United States and in China. So far, demand has been elevated, but in the premium market, from the end of October, the rate started to decline. Although the demand was maintained at such a high level, but we are witnessing the starting point of the rate to decline. This might be the turning point, and that is attributable to the introduction of the new capacity in the U.S. market and the Chinese power cut and the Chinese holiday season. However, globally, the shipping market, the competition to secure the capacity or the supply in the shipping market is very high because, well, the additional 3.5 million TEUs of capacity was taken up by congestion. There is no idle vessel anymore, but that has not successfully tackled congestion issue. In order to resolve this issue of congestion, we need to find a new balance between the supply and demand. And more than anything else, we need to ensure the normalization of the effective capacity. As for the demand, in 2019, the annual growth of the port capacity was 6%, but in 2020, it went up by 10%, and the demand increase in 2020 was across the globe, not just in the U.S. market. And in the first half, the growth rate was around 7%. So we might think that it has slowed down a bit this year. And if you take a look at each region, well, you can see some disparity. Although congestion has taken up by 10% over the last 2 months in the United States, the 1 million TEUs of capacity was consumed or wasted by the congestion. But in the European ports, it was down to 200,000 or 300,000 TEUs. And in China, some of the congestion is attributable to the weather, such as typhoon. And in North China, things are getting better. And as for Northeast Asia, including Korea, there is virtually no congestion. And the three major ports in the United States, LA, Savannah, and Seattle, the situation is really critical. As for LA, vessels need to wait 12 days to get into a port. As for Savannah, it's 10 days. Well, in Korea, we use the term Q ratio to elaborate on and to depict how much time you have to wait. And if this Q ratio goes over 1, then you have to wait for too long. But in the worst case of LA, this ratio goes all the way up to 2, and in Savannah, it's above 4. And LA and Long Beach account for 60% of the volume handled in the west coast of the United States. But the thing is that there is no port they can transfer their cargoes to. Savannah is the key port in the east coast, and then Charleston might handle some of the cargoes bound to Savannah, but Charleston has the capacity which is only 50% of that of Savannah, but this cannot be a lasting solution. And as for Seattle, all the infrastructure is not enough and sufficient to handle all the cargoes. That is why the situation cannot be handled properly. My understanding is that we have 10-minute break after the first working session. So I'd like to know whether we can directly move on to the second working session. So that's okay, then we'd like to move on to the second working session without any break. I am to be blamed for no break between the two working sessions. Let me invite our 3 speakers for the second working session.
He is internationally very much recognized, and he has come to Korea many times. Within OECD, he heads the International Transport Forum. And he's going to talk about shipping disruption, exactly why this happened in the first place. And then we will also hear from the other 2 speakers. The second is the head of a shipping line, and the third is the commissioner of the U.S. Federal Maritime Commission. So we'd like to hear from the first and third speakers who are speaking from IOs and from a bureaucratic point of view, and the second speaker is from the industry. So we would like to hear from Mr. Olaf Mark now.
So hello and hi to you all from Paris. It's a great pleasure to be with you at the Busan International Port Conference. Of course, it would have been really much nicer to actually be with you, but we all know the circumstances, so this already isn't too bad. So thanks so very much for the invitation to go to this important conference and talk to you about this important subject. What I'll try to do in the coming minutes is to talk about this question: what has caused the container shipping disruption? Of course, a subject that is of high relevance today and also attracted a lot of media attention. And what I'll try to do in the minutes that I have is basically do this. First, I'll try to map the current disruption as I see it. So what's actually going on? This is something that, of course, you know very well. It's related to freight rates, to schedule reliability, to congestion in ports. What I'll then do is to see what are the causes, and I'll also start with talking about some of the causes that has been mentioned a lot. That is, that there might be unprecedented demand, that there might be port congestion. And then I'll try to see if that makes sense. I'll propose actually a different approach, which is a more phased, more differentiated approach. And in the end, I'll conclude by giving some ideas on what the current disruption might reveal about the container shipping model that we're having. So that's the plan. And I'll start with a few figures that many of you, of course, have seen before. This one is about freight rates. It is the Drewry World Container Shipping Index, and it gives an impression of the development of the spot rates on many different routes. Of course, I could have shown you different figures, the different indexes for spot rates. Of course, there is a bit of difference according to the different trade lanes, but in essence, this is the picture is the same. That is, that the price of container shipping has gone up spectacularly over the last few years. Another picture that is relevant when we talk about supply chain is the schedule reliability of container ships. This is the Global Liner Reliability Index by Sea Intelligence, and what it shows is that it has gone down and that we're actually now at a record low schedule reliability. So 2 out of the 3 container ships that arrive at ports arrive with more than 1 day of delays. And the third indicator that I'll show you related to the disruption is related to congestion in ports. And this is a figure of the number of container ships that are at anchor in the San Pedro Bay, so that is waiting to be served in the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach. And this has, of course, also attracted a lot of media attention and a lot of documentaries and articles have also focused on this, on the congestion. I'll show later in my presentation, I think this is not something that is actually generalized in many ports, but this is, in any case, a picture that we have seen a lot. So there was freight rates, schedule reliability, port congestion, and the question then, of course, is what has caused this disruption? What is at the origin of this? And we have heard several explanations, and frequent explanations are that there has been an unprecedented demand explosion. So there's simply a lot of demand, so that leads to a system that is well congested, that is overutilized, and related to that, it could also be port congestion that has caused a lot of the current problems. And what I'm trying to do is to see if these explanations actually make a lot of sense, or if there is something else that might be going on. So I'll start with a few pictures on the development of the demand over the last years, basically. Has there been a demand explosion that causes the disruption? This is monthly data of the containers that have been transported throughout the world. These are data from CTS, the Container Trade Statistics. And it basically shows, if you look at this, of course, that there was, of course, a decline that we all know about during economic lockdowns of the coronavirus, but that it has then rebounded, but that the rebound hasn't actually been that exceptional. So if you look at this, there clearly is some sort of a trend line that is a little bit diverted in the beginning of 2020, but then it kind of continues more or less in a similar growth path as there was before. So at least globally, I don't think there has been really a demand explosion. Then if you look a little bit more closer at the different world regions, you see that there are some differences. So if you look at Asia, the Far East, you see clearly that, well, in the red line, which represents 2020, that of course there was much less demand in 2020. At least the first half, the second half, this clearly came back. And the green line represents 2021, and you see that, well, the volumes are above the volumes, obviously, of 2019. But also here, we're not really at a spectacularly high level than was before. So there is kind of some sort of a trend growth that was expected, and it continues in 2021. A similar story for North America. So there was a lot less demand in the first half of 2020 that came back strongly in the second half, and now in 2021 we're seeing volumes that, well, actually are now approaching the volumes of 2019. But these two regions are actually the regions where you could say there has been a lot more demand when you compare, at least when you compare the second half of 2020 to the first half, or when you compare the first half of 2021, of course, to 2021. And this isn't really the case if you look at Europe or if you look at the Indian subcontinent, because what we see there is, well, of course, the same development in the beginning of 2020, that is, there's less demand, but then there isn't really that much of a rebound effect in the second half of 2020. And actually, if you look at the volumes in 2021, they are more or less similar as the one in 2019. So if there is a demand explosion, if there is much more demand, it is maybe to some extent true for the Far East and North America, but certainly not for Europe and the Indian subcontinent and some of the other regions that we have looked at. Another explanation that has often been brought to attention is that it would be port congestion that is causing the disruption. And also there we wonder if that is actually true. What I did here is we basically constructed some sort of an indicator of port congestion for the main container ports throughout the world, based on data from marine traffic. And we compared, well, let's say, the global number with the port congestion in Asia, in Europe, in North America. And actually, what we see is, well, apart from a few incidental peaks, is that the congestion in ports, so the medium time imports at the terminal, actually seems to be pretty stable. And that if there is port congestion, that there is maybe some sort of port congestion at some points when it comes to the waiting time before actually going to port. At least that's what we see when you look at the global numbers. If you then break it down to the different regions, what we see is that this is basically driven by developments in a few North American ports. What we see there is there has been some fluctuations in the waiting time, the medium time at anchorage, and over, let's say, the last 6 months, this has clearly also worsened. That's what we see in the figures. Actually, the time in ports over the last year has remained pretty stable. And when you look at Asia and Europe, actually one wonders if over the last year there has been a worsening of port congestion. At least this is what you see in the numbers, and you cannot see really significant development in Asia or in Europe. Of course, what it can mean is that at some individual ports you can have port congestion, or there can be, let's say, the regular port congestion that always, of course, can take place. But overall, let's say the general tendency, there hasn't been in all ports more port congestion now than a year ago. A little bit more on port congestion, focusing really on where this has been a problem, so in Los Angeles and Long Beach. And here what I did is I put together 3 figures, let's say basically the 3 indicators that I started with in the beginning, but then applied to Los Angeles and Long Beach. So that is the freight rate, the schedule reliability on Los Angeles, and also the number of container ships that are anchored in Los Angeles and Long Beach. And there's something interesting going on here, because what you see is that the freight rate Shanghai, Los Angeles started to rise already in May 2020. The schedule reliability on that route started to decrease in June 2020, but the container waiting times at both ports actually started to go up only in November 2020. So if it is port congestion that's causing the disruption, there is something, well, that is not making a lot of sense. It is actually the port congestion that came after the other developments. And of course, it is possible that the congestion that is now in the ports is driving more of the disruption, but it is not the main cause, let's say, the origin of the disruption. Another picture about port congestion. This is something in a little analysis that we did on the port of Rotterdam in the first quarter in 2021. We basically looked at what were the added, the cancelled, or the shifted calls in the port. And what this figure tries to express is basically there were a few added calls, there were quite a lot of cancelled calls during that quarter, but what we saw is that a lot of these calls actually went to other ports elsewhere in North Europe. So kind of the suggestion is that if, at least in North of Europe, is there is one hub port that is full, other ports can actually function as a backup. And one could wonder if this is maybe not also the problem in ports like Los Angeles and Long Beach, that not a lot of the, let's say, the calls there were actually shifted to other ports in the region. Well, so I looked at the unprecedented demand argument. I looked at the port congestion arguments. I put some question marks there. And then here I propose something else, which is basically looking at the disruption in the different phases. So I think that you could distinguish 4 different phases. The first phase would be the pre-COVID phase, actually, which I think is characterized by a tightening of capacity. The second phase would be actually when you're in the COVID crisis, so the period of economic lockdowns, which is characterized by withdrawal of capacity. The first phase is, the third phase is the one of the post-lockdown, so the situation after that, there was more demand again, so a lot of the capacity that was withdrawn comes back, but then it's actually also repositioned between different trade lanes. And we're now actually in the fourth phase, which is trying to search for normality, trying to see if we're still in a situation as we were before, or if something has changed radically. And what we're seeing now is that there are a lot of, let's say, spillover effects to the whole supply chain in different parts of the world. So a few pictures to illustrate that. This is the first phase, which I think is characterized by a tightening of capacity, well, basically leading up to COVID. I tried to see what was the growth in demand and in supply, well, in the period between 2000 and 2017, and then from 2017 to 2020. And what we see is that it used to be more supply than demand. But over the last years, actually, since 2017, it was actually more demand than container ship supply or deployed capacity. So you could say, in a way, the liners were already learning from what went wrong after the, let's say, the financial crisis in 2009, when obviously there was, right after that, a lot of new supply that was ordered, and that also led to, clearly, to more supply than was needed. But you could say already over the last years, this has changed. There was actually less supply, less growth in supply than the growth in demand. So the capacity was already tightening before the COVID crisis arrived. Then when it arrived, and of course you notice, what happened was that a lot of the capacity was withdrawn. There were blank sailings, there was idle ship capacity that was at record highs, and this of course has helped the lines to sustain rates and also sustain profitability. But what is interesting to notice is that this period of withdrawal of capacity actually seems to last longer than maybe was necessary. At least what you can see is that rates already started to rise in May 2020, but that, let's say, the ship capacity was back to normal only in September 2020. So that is interesting to notice. The third phase, of course, is the period after the lockdowns, when there was again a lot of demand and there was again more capacity available. But what we've seen there is that lines have used their, let's say, their global reach to actually reposition capacity from certain trade lanes to other trade lanes. And a lot of capacity was put also on the Trans-Pacific trade lanes where there was a lot of demand, as we also saw before. But you could wonder if this hasn't also had an impact on, let's say, the different development in the rises in freight rates. For example, the difference between what happened on the freight rates for China, US West Coast, and China, Europe. And then the fourth phase, finally, which is the phase we're kind of in now, which is the phase in which we see spillover effects to all kinds of different areas in the world. This is just a picture of the average numbers of direct connections, so the direct connectivity of Gulf and subcontinent ports, which has gone down in most of these ports, which is at least in part also related to the fact that a lot of the capacity was repositioned between different trade lanes. Now, I'm trying to bring together a lot of these different slides and try to see what actually did the COVID crisis reveal about the container shipping model that we have now. I think one thing to say is that there is a misalignment of capacity and incentives to solve bottlenecks at the moment, actually. And I think the key point to make is that there are actually also winners from this disruption. There are players, and these are of course the carriers that actually benefit also from the port congestion. It reduces their effective capacity, which is of course not something they really like, but at the same time the scarcity also makes their services very high in demand and very scarce. So it has also an effect on the prices. And this is the same for some of the other bottlenecks that could actually be solved, but you wonder if there really is an interest to solve it. For example, when it comes to taking in export cargo, if empty is actually bringing more revenue, or the question on ordering, let's say, the actual containers, more containers, where there's also a scarcity, if that actually really in the interest if the current steel prices are so high. We already talked about the possibility to divert certain coals from congested ports to other ports, but of course this isn't always in the interest also of the carriers if they actually have a terminal interest in certain ports. So this is a question: is the capacity and the incentives to solve bottlenecks, are they really aligned? And is this also not, let's say, the institutional context that makes it more difficult to solve some of these problems? I also talked about the joint capacity management of carriers, so the ability to withdraw capacity when needed. This obviously has worked during the COVID crisis. One could wonder if this is actually used to avoid losses or to make profits. And in the case of Europe, where there is a regulation about this, one could also wonder what is the case with some of the consortia that are actually exceeding the limits of what is of where this regulation still applies. And of course, a general question is the current model actually resilient to shocks? And I think my presentation made clear what I think about that. My last slide is trying to bring out some conclusions conclusions. But of course, it would be nice to have a discussion about this. One point is this, that a problem with schedule reliability on one trade lane, for example, related to the Port of Los Angeles, can actually lead to supply chain problems elsewhere, for example, in Europe. And that the freight rates for European cargo can get 10 times higher or a lot higher, even if there's not more demand for ocean freight in Europe, and even if there isn't really a port congestion problem in Europe. Also, another conclusion, carriers can collectively redeploy capacity between trade corridors in order to maximize profits, and this is clearly different than it was before. And a general conclusion at the end, we have seen the disruption, and we think that the way the current containerized shipping model is organized also makes it more vulnerable to the disruption if it happens in some of the large container hubs. What does that mean? Well, in my view, that also means that we should have a discussion on the current model as it exists, and ask what has this crisis that we're undergoing now, what has it revealed, and are there any ways in which the model can be improved or can be adapted. Well, this is some of the things I wanted to show you. Of course, it would be great if I would actually be in your conference live to answer any questions if there are any. But of course, you can always reach out to me if you have any questions or remarks on this presentation. And of course, I'm happy to engage also in an exchange discussion later in this conference. So I thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to further exchange with you on this. Thank you.
네, 박수 한번.
Please give him another big round of applause. We've heard about the current situation from the point of view of the cargo owners. Thank you very much. We are very much behind schedule right now, so in the interest of time, we are going to skip the summary points and go straight to the second and third presentations.
So the first speaker represented the position and opinions of a ship owner. Now I'd like to turn to not the cargo owner, but now I'd like to turn to carriers. That is why we invited Mr. Kenneth Tia, Managing Director of Asia World Shipping Council. So this time we will listen to what's in the minds of the carriers. Please welcome him.
Good afternoon. I am Kenneth Chia, Managing Director Asia for World Shipping Council based in Singapore. Thank you for having me here today. The World Shipping Council represents the global liner shipping industry on a broad range of policies and regulatory issues, from environment and climate to customs and security to trade policies and regulations. We have offices in Washington, D.C., Brussels, and Singapore. And we have observer status at the International Maritime Organization. Our members represent about 90% of global container ship capacity. All over the world, importers and exporters are working to manage supply chain congestion that has been triggered by the COVID-19 pandemic. Capacity is especially constrained for inland transportation, and logistic costs are increasing. Today, I want to share a factual perspective about what is happening across global supply chain, with a particular focus on how supply chain congestion is affecting our global supply chain, what container carriers are doing to support customers, and how we can work towards normalizing this situation. In normal times, liner shipping isn't something society pay much attention to. Typically, there is plenty of capacity and any short-term problems get addressed quickly. Global ocean transportation, even with all of its complexities, has largely been taken for granted. It's available, abundant, and affordable. But that has changed with the COVID-19 global pandemic, which has brought a perfect storm of problems that have overwhelmed global supply chains. The problems we have today are the results of a combination of unprecedented demand, congestion on land, and container velocity issues. Let's get into the details. At the beginning of the pandemic, demand for ocean transport dropped sharply. Production in Asia dropped because of factory shutdowns, and ocean bookings dropped, both because of those production cuts and also because of demand uncertainty. As a result, in the second quarter of 2020, carriers reduced capacity to avoid sailing empty. But that situation didn't last very long. With stay-at-home policies in many countries, consumers shifted consumption from services to goods. As Asian manufacturing came back online, that global product demand translated into a demand for ocean transportation that continues to exceed anything that we have seen before. Ocean carriers quickly responded to the spike in demand by putting every available ships into service and snapping up every available container. There are lots of new entrants and new ocean services on key routes in response to the demand. Because the global product demand has been so sustained, what has happened is that the landside infrastructure in many places can't keep up with the number of ships carrying cargo. Congestions at ports and inland destinations in many importing countries have slowed container throughput and thrown ship schedules off, making the entire supply chain less efficient even as the amount of total cargo moved has increased. The cumulative effect of all those connected bottlenecks is that ships can't get a berth once they arrive at the port, so they wait. Currently, there are delays of up to 30 days on the worst hit Asia-Europe routes and 22 days on the Trans-Pacific. This means that ocean carrier schedules are disrupted, which itself leads to more congestion at origin ports because the ships can't unload on time, load export cargo, and head back across the ocean to continue their scheduled loops. Warehouses and yards are also full, and cargo owners can't find enough employees to keep product moving, and there aren't enough drivers, chassis, and trucks to move containers. Despite the extra wave of container box order, it will do little to ease the congestion problems, as adding more containers to a system that cannot keep the current container fleet moving at optimal velocity can only have a marginal effect. So what are carriers doing? Our members are using all available tonnage. Every available vessel has been bought or chartered and put on the waters. Carriers are deploying all available capacity, and we have also seen several existing carriers adding new services on key routes. And new carriers are entering the trade, providing additional options and tonnage. Carriers have intensified their communication with customers, and several have introduced or upgraded their online resources to keep customers informed about changes. Containers are being built at full capacity, and carriers and leasers are buying everything that is produced to put into service. Now, understanding what we as ocean carriers can and cannot control will help all of us identify the right issues and apply the right solutions. What carriers can't control are landside infrastructure bottlenecks constraining the efficient repositioning of empty containers back to export economies, port congestion due to labor shortages and increased custom inspection, crew chain restrictions, which has grown into a full humanitarian crisis, and the availability and accessibility to inland capacity. Similarly, the high freight rates we are seeing right now are determined by supply and demand market forces, like in any free market. Over the past 2 decades, freight rates have been consistently low, with carriers unable to earn returns above the cost of capital in many trade routes for several years. Nevertheless, carriers consistently invested in the capacity needed to meet growing demands, as well as to increase the operational efficiency. The sharp spike in rates seen very recently from mid-2020 reflects the sudden cargo demand surge triggered by the COVID-19 pandemic. I should also share that there are generally 2 types of pricing tools used in the industry: long-term contract rates and short-term spot rates. Contract rates are prices agreed between carriers and their customers, which are often valid for a year or more. Spot rates are also agreed to between carriers and shippers, but respond to short-term demand and supply developments, fluctuate more frequently, and exist in a more volatile marketplace. As you can see in this graph, while contract and spot rate tend to move in the same direction, it is also the case that contract rates tends to be less volatile and move within a smaller range. As an example, Dury reported that American importers have between 60 to 70% of their head haul trades covered by these annual service contracts, with rates being set at a quarter of what is being charged in the spot market today. These will not change until next May. No one can predict when we will see a more normal situation in shipping markets, but history shows that this too will pass. Demand will stabilize, the warehouses and terminals will clear, and inland transportation capacity will become more fluid. What I think we have learned from the current situation is that landside infrastructure does not have the capacity necessary to efficiently deal with a demand surge of this size and duration. Since this session also touches on future challenges to shipping, and I could go on about the decarbonization of shipping, the need for better governance of dangerous goods, etc., but I'd rather close with a word about the future of our supply chain infrastructure. Looking at ways to improve the infrastructure for the long haul is a worthy policy goal for all of our stakeholders in the supply chain, including governments. What we need to avoid in the meantime is indiscriminate finger-pointing or knee-jerk action that can both make the current situation worse and also distort markets long after the current crisis has passed. At the end of the day, ocean carriers' response to demand has resulted, in some cases, in the introduction of more ocean capacity than the landside infrastructure can accommodate. Every part of the chain is overwhelmed. The last thing that I want to touch on is the political aspect of the COVID supply chain congestion. There are policy debates all over the world, as one might expect in response to this situation. We have seen some proposals that puts the government in the middle of decisions about how transportation networks are operated, and even unfairly targeting ocean carriers when clearly the supply chain is the sum of many parts. That might sound like a good idea in the short term when everyone is having trouble getting equipment and space. But we must ask ourselves if governments are more qualified to run the international supply chain than the professionals that actually do those jobs every day. Proper regulation has a role, but that role should not extend to the operational level. What we need now is stability, not hasty decisions that will not help the current situation, but that will cause bigger issues down the line. We also need to continue working together on the front end, listening and supporting each other to try to make the best of this very unusual situation. I invite all of you to connect with us and follow us on our social media platforms. I will be happy to hear your views on all that I have shared. Finally, I want to thank the Busan Port authorities and the organizers for giving the World Shipping Council an opportunity to speak on this important topic. Thank you.
네, 박수 한번 주십시오. 감사합니다.
Please give him a big round of applause. We've heard from the cargo owners and the carriers. They have their own logic and explanations. Lastly, we'd like to hear from the regulators. To solve the current shipping disruptions, the U.S. authority has been looking into this issue. We'd now like to hear from Rebecca Dye, Commissioner of the U.S. Federal Maritime Commission. She is going to provide us with a speech without the aid of a PowerPoint. We'd like to hear what the U.S. Thinks of this situation.
Hello. This is Rebecca Dye, Federal Maritime Commissioner, and I appreciate your inviting me very much. I have a few things to talk with you about today from the perspective of the Federal Maritime Commission, an independent agency, not actually part of our administration, but a specialized agency dealing with ocean shipping issues, liner issue shipping. So, thank you. It's a challenge to understand what to say to groups of people like you who already know everything. You know the effects of the pandemic on the global supply chain. You know the number of ships at anchor in Busan, and I suspect you know the number of ships at anchor in Los Angeles, Long Beach, on the United States West Coast as well. You know the outlook for this year. You know the good news and the bad news for next year. You know your business. I read that the author Nassim Taleb, who wrote The Black Swan, has the opinion that the global pandemic is not actually a black swan because we had warnings or something. But I can tell you that we in the United States certainly believe or feel that we have been hit by a terrible black swan that's still continuing, as you know. So I'm going to share with you my perspective on what we're experiencing today, what I plan in the near term for an investigation that I'm conducting at the Federal Maritime Commission on supply chain dislocations, and what I have learned in the years that I have studied supply chain issues. To increase supply chain reliability and resilience and velocity in the shipping, the freight delivery system, requires closer coordination and visibility among exporters, importers, ocean carriers and truckers, marine terminals and seaports, longshore labor, railroads, rail ramps, in the United States, chassis providers, transportation intermediaries, warehouses, distribution centers, and I've probably forgotten somebody. And there are three main obstacles. Actually, I believe there are four main that I'll explain. Four major obstacles to addressing congestion and other supply chain dislocations in the United States today. Number one, the operational challenges that we are experiencing today are not new. They will not necessarily resolve when the pandemic has subsided. These bottlenecks are exacerbated in every cargo peak or cargo surge. Number two, no supply chain actor alone, not ocean carriers or marine terminals or seaports or shippers, can improve the performance of our supply chain without a coordinated and harmonized approach among them. Everyone owns a piece of the freight delivery system puzzle. Number three, the lack of mutual understanding and commitment among the parties in the supply chain, at least in the United States, as we contract for freight delivery between ocean carriers and shippers, keeps us from harmonizing our freight delivery system and improving supply chain performance. Without mutual commitment, there is no contract, shippers cannot obtain price certainty, and ocean carriers cannot plan capacity. It's as if our negotiating parties shake hands and say, we really hope this works out for both of us. I've told shipper groups that they must get greater price certainty and volume certainty in their freight contracts to protect themselves. Contractual certainty will go a long way to addressing this persistent problem of uncertainty surrounding forecasting the capacity needs that keeps ocean carriers from planning capacity for their customers. Fact-Finding 29 is my fourth major commission investigation. The first was in 2010, when American companies decided to restock all at the same time, following the end of the home mortgage crisis that had global economic effects. Carriers, we all remember, had laid up over 500 ships worldwide, and some had been carrying freight on Asia-Europe routes for free. Making a long story short, my main finding from that investigation was that there was a lack of mutual understanding and commitment between ocean carriers and their customers, and that stands in the way of shippers and carriers to realize their business goals in 2010, and that problem has existed until today. Commission Order on Fact-Finding 29 authorizes me as investigating officer to form what we call FMC Supply Chain Innovation Teams. It's a very interesting tool for discussions among supply chain officers, officials, and has led to some very interesting steps forward in resolving supply chain issues. These teams, 5 to 12 people, develop commercial solutions to port congestion and related supply chain challenges. Why do we prefer commercial solutions, if at all possible? Because in a complex system, like our international ocean freight delivery system, commercial solutions, rather than government solutions, minimize the risk of unintended consequences in the marketplace. Identifying problems is the easy part. We can all see the obvious bottlenecks that cause the supply chain to fail. Identifying the commercial decisions and the related reactions that disrupt the system and contribute to the bottlenecks is the very hard part. Our FMC supply chain innovation teams are successful because they were designed with this purpose in mind, to develop innovative solutions for supply chain challenges. They are not roundtables or discussions. In fact, when we put people together, I don't allow opening statements. With the right people at the table, we can get right down to business. The small teams are selected from industry leaders with the knowledge, the experience, and the willingness to change the system. Team members are asked to step out of their silos and engage directly with other supply chain actors from the perspective of the overall system. This is a hard sell. It is often difficult to convince business leaders that it is in their business interest to change, to harmonize the supply chain. This is not necessarily a soft, can't we just work together message, but rather that cross the table engagement is necessary for us all to prosper. We ask that someone try to discover, why is something happening? Sometimes it's easy to answer, why? A warehouse that's full obviously can accept more cargo. Often the why is a reasonable reaction to a process that needs to be reformed. As a continuation of Fact Finding 29, I'm assembling innovation teams on two particular problems in our supply chain. One is this problem of what's the best process for a shipper working through a trucker to return a container to the seaport. Container return. Another problem that bedevils our exporters is the problem of what we call the earliest return date. When may an exporter enter into the port complex to be loaded on a ship without incurring demurrage and detention? Of course, we continue to enforce the FMC's demurrage and detention rule with enforcement violation proceedings. I obviously would not have chosen to release a brand new demurrage and detention approach for the United States in the middle of a pandemic. It's been very difficult for us to move forward with enforcement because it's new. And new to our ocean carriers and ports as well. The rule that we released May of 2020 is built on what we call the incentive principle. Detention and demurrage for use of the port land, and detention for use of the ocean carrier's equipment is built on giving an incentive to shippers to pick up cargo expeditiously and to return equipment promptly. And so we built this rule on what we call the incentive principle. When the incentive works, charges are appropriate. But when the incentive fails because a shipper cannot comply, it cannot pick up cargo because of port congestion, or they can't return a container because of port congestion, then no charge is appropriate. This shifts the risk of port congestion on the parties that are most likely to be able to lead a team of others to solve it. Not on the shippers, but on the ports and the ocean carriers. I've recently submitted some fact-finding recommendations, and I will have more recommendations in the future. One of the recommendations that I plan to recommend to our full commission is that our ocean carriers all have compliance officers that report directly to the CEOs, and which will make it easier for us to keep in touch with our stakeholders, our ocean carriers, to keep them updated on what the FMC is doing and what we expect, and they in turn can discuss with us their problems. Today, our extreme supply chain disruptions have unreasonably slowed our international ocean freight delivery system. We are unprepared to greet growing volumes of cargo flowing through our major ports. We also know that there is no easily identifiable solution to many of the major supply chain dislocations. However, we are moving forward to attack problems one by one. We cannot afford to stop. As intimidating as the problems can be during this terrible time, since so many people have suffered loss of family members and friends and economic loss, we are not stopping. We will begin again, as we have in the other times of problems in the United States, to intervene strategically at places that we believe would deliver the most help to resolve and encourage more supply chain fluidity. We want to move forward with supply chain solutions developed with today's challenges in mind, not backwards, prescriptions from an old regulatory system of the past. We have developed in the past in our innovation teams a most interesting concept of information, what we call the potential National Port Information System. As you know, information, the best information that is actually useful in harmonizing a supply chain, has to be developed with customers and other relationships in mind. Sometimes to make a piece of information available that is useful to harmonize the supply chain, it will require port or carrier or other entities to change their own operations, to tell other people what they need to know, when they need to know it, to harmonize the supply chain. Now, I continue to promote this idea in the United States. So, where are we going from here? Our biggest American shipper said to me recently, "Commissioner, if we don't change, we can't grow." All of us globally want to grow and prosper. And so, here's the last thing that I want to leave you. The key to growth is change. And the change must come in a change of perspective. How do you look at your place, your business's place in the system? As I said, we in the government will continue to look at the system in its entirety strategically. Most recently, I am concerned that we all have to look at our port complexes differently, not as places to store cargo or other equipment, but places to allow them to do what they do best. Unload ships promptly, load ships promptly, and push cargo through the gates to our hinterlands. This is the major message that I am delivering to all the supply chain actors in the United States. I hope this has been helpful to you. I'd be delighted to hear from you about this or any other matter, because I know that many of the problems that we suffer in the United States are not different from those that your ports and supply chain actors suffer as well. The first time that I began to talk about the supply chain to shippers, ports, ocean carriers was in 2015, when the United States had suffered a huge labor dislocation on our West Coast, in LA, Long Beach. I was leading a group in Copenhagen to discuss infrastructure. And the conversation among the participants who were very respectfully listening and participating changed dramatically when I said, there is something else that I am interested in, and I'd like to know what you think. And I said, let's discuss the supply chain. There were no Americans on that group. In fact, the meeting in Copenhagen was largely international. They became instantly, with the mention of the supply chain and the possibility of discussions for change, they became instantly engaged and concerned and wanted to discuss and wanted more involvement. And if you feel that way, I'd be delighted to hear from you. You can contact me at the FMC, and I would be delighted to understand your perspective. Thank you so much for doing this. I look forward to seeing you all in person soon. Good day.
Please give her a big round of applause. So we see these logistics dislocation around the world, and this is a global issue around the world. It's so important, which is why we were able to hear from the response of the FMC. Thank you very much.
This concludes working session 2. We are very much behind the schedule. And the next speaker has another engagement after his presentation at the BIPC. That is why, to be on time and to be punctual for the time management, we will have a break after the first speakers. Excuse me. Well, we will have a break time after the wrap up by Professor Chang. After the first speaker's presentation, our third speaker will talk about logistics and e-commerce. I would like to invite Mr. Jan Hofman, the head of Trade Logistics branch of UNCTAD. His presentation is titled Digitalization for the Future of Ports. So please welcome Mr. Jan Hofman, the head of Trade Logistics branch of UNCTAD. Please welcome him with a big hand.
Very much. A wonderful good morning from Geneva, live from my home office. It's really a pleasure to be back to Busan. Unfortunately, this is only virtual, but I'm happy to be with you live. So we had agreed that I would share with you some thoughts about our latest report on digitalization and discussing a bit what this could mean for the future of ports. So my presentation is around 3 points. First, some update, latest data trends in the digital economy, a few thoughts, implications for ports, and some thoughts, outlook, how do we see key future challenges. So let's start with trends in the digital economy, based on this very recently launched report, Digital Economy Report. It starts with a quote from our Secretary General of the United Nations: data have become a key strategic asset for the creation of both private and social value. How these data are handled will greatly affect our ability to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. The data I'm sharing with you, it's really all about growth, and often exponential growth, but also an unequal growth. Not all regions are benefiting in the same way. For example, here is data from the report about data traffic, exabytes per month. So these are many, many, many kilobytes. When I see this, it reminds me that my first PC that I used while studying at university had 20 megabytes hard disk. So that's how things have moved on. You see another chart here also about the regional development, and the region that is fastest growing is Asia and Pacific, which is of course including Korea. That is bandwidth, terabits per second. Then we have Internet of Things connections. The numbers here are billions. It's again growth forecast, and also of interest here the growing share of industrial vis-a-vis consumer. Now that's then again interesting for the shipper, supply chain, ports. And another one about traffic projection of data per month, how the 5G is really moving ahead and allowing again exponentially new tools, new possibilities for the supply chain. When we look at different regions, here again, a growth, but also by in between regions, traffic still today the biggest one is between North America and Europe, followed by North America, Asia, and then Europe, Asia. And the other developing regions among themselves have less traffic. A key message that we are highlighting, or UNCTAD is highlighting, the danger of a silo-oriented, data-driven digital economy would go against the original spirit of the internet and is not likely to work for the interest of developing countries. This really requires global standards and no fragmentation. So what does this mean for ports? It means a lot, and I'm not entering here into the technical parts. This is not UNCTAD's role. We are looking at bigger trends and what does this mean for the port authority, for the government? It's very straightforward, actually. The growing digitalization means on the demand side, we have more e-commerce. It's easier and easier, including in times of COVID, to just click buttons and demand. So there we have the surge of demand of Asian goods demanded in North America. Do we need bigger ships? But also on the supply side, new opportunities. Does digitalization also drive consolidation? So here I have a chart with you of the two sides of the same coin in the container shipping business. Then here the blue line is the average per country of the number of companies that provide services from and to the country's container ports. So this is going down. The Hanjin goes bankrupt, in Hamburg Süd buys the CCNI, Maersk buys Hamburg Süd, certain carriers leave certain markets, and the orange line is how ships are getting bigger and bigger. Of course, the demand has also grown, but not quite as much as the orange line, the size of the biggest ships. So mathematically, something has to give, and this is to do with the level of choices. So I can show you this also in a couple of little videos where you can also find the ports, how they are getting bigger, and perhaps more interestingly for me is here I'm an economist, I like the histogram of the distribution, how ships are getting bigger. So if we move this, and I hope this is visible on the Zoom stream, you see how the number of ports that receive the biggest ships is actually not so much getting up, getting bigger. In end of 2020, there were, you can see about 30-something, 40 ports that received the biggest container ships. But the interesting part is the large majority of ports, the one on the left, they receive only smaller ships. And the 50% point, the median, is 1,800 TEU, meaning half of the ports of the world receive only ships of up to 1,800 TEU. The other side of the coin is the growing, the getting smaller number of operators. So you see a few ports, very few, Singapore, Antwerp, have large number of operators providing services. Operators mean liner shipping companies. But again, the many ports, the median here is the 50% point, half of the ports of the world receive 3 or fewer companies only. So, and this has to do with economies of scale, this has to do with technology, this has to do with consolidation. So, outlooks, and I'm aware I don't have that much time left, so let me go through the markets. 5 reasons why I think freight rates are likely to remain higher than over the previous decade. COVID is not yet over. There's a lot of issues. Even if COVID were over, we would still have constraints on the logistics. We have a longer term shipping cycle. It takes time until new ordered ships, until they're ordered and until they're delivered. We do have the process of consolidation. So carriers are in a stronger position when they negotiate. However, I do not think that one can blame the consolidation really for the spike in the current demand-supply shortage. Then, in the long term, we have decarbonization. This will lead to additional costs and also slower ships, further slow steaming, at least during the transition, which means we would, in theory, need more ships. But will we have enough ships? If the investor is waiting, what technology, hydrogen, ammonia, wind, what are the prices of carbon? So investors are somehow waiting. At the same time, we would actually need more ships. All this encourages higher freight rates. On the technology, I like to say that technological progress will never be as slow as today. It's not slow, it's fast, but it's going to be even faster. Who leads the IT reforms in your company? The CEO, the chief technical officer. It's actually COVID-19. We receive a lot of requests in UNCTAD for additional work on automation, single windows, digitalization. We had our 10-point action plan early on during the pandemic, really going along the supply chain. A lot of the solutions are digital solutions. I here always like to highlight one key point. Please do not believe people who show you a balance, like as if there was a trade-off between facilitating trade and the controlling or protecting. Really, the specific solutions we are promoting, from advanced ruling to pre-arrival processing, e-payments, digital solutions, automation, risk management, and so on, they all help achieve both, facilitate and better controls. And last but not least, I think the biggest challenge for the whole industry is decarbonization. There's a lot going on this week and next week in Glasgow. Here we have from our last review of Maritime Transport how the fleet has been growing. These are the lines at the top, while emissions have not been growing or been stable. So one could argue this is a positive development. However, it is we want to reduce or even to get to zero. It's still being negotiated. We have an upcoming committee meeting. So MEPC at the IMO. So there's really a lot of work that needs to be done. So this is the key challenge about reducing greenhouse gas emissions from at the IMO to achieve decarbonization. And these are my concluding 3 points. Just one slide, but I think quite important. We really need a predictable multilateral regulatory framework, and we need it fast. If we don't get a clear picture for the investors, they will be waiting, they will be withholding. Ships that don't meet standards will be scrapped earlier, and we will have a lack of capacity. And I think what we have seen recently in the supply chain crisis, where ships that are stuck in the Suez Canal are waiting in front of Los Angeles, and the containers that are on them, and the whole container takes 20% longer in the system. All this may be just a small precursor to a bigger challenge during the next 2 decades while we do this transition. And I'm not saying we should not do the transition. We must do this transition. We must decarbonize, but we must do it fast with a clear, predictable multilateral regulatory framework. And for this one, the right price for carbon would certainly help. Yeah, this would give the right signal. It could generate funds to help those that need help, to invest in new technologies. And it would still leave the decisions to which technology and how to best go about it to the private sector. And digitalization will help improve energy efficiency. There are many specific solutions about port call optimization, about better forecasts, on-ship digital solutions to optimize procedures. So this is really, I think, very much linked and a key challenge for the next decades, actually. One little promotion here, we have an upcoming event at COP together with the IMO, seizing opportunities in providing zero carbon fuels to global shipping. As UNCTAD, we focus on developing countries, but it is really for any country in the world. There are also opportunities in providing future zero carbon fuels to global shipping. With this, I conclude, and I think I'm just within my time, and I'm, if time permits, open to questions and suggestions. Thank you very much.
네, 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Please give him a big round of applause. Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you. Digitalization is something we have to embrace, and the investment in digital solution is of critical importance. Once again, thank you very much for your presentation. I'd like to turn to Professor Zhang for his summary and comment on the key points of the previous presentations. And after his summary and comment, we will take 10-minute break. So we have 4 presentations. As you might have seen,
as Olaf Merck, the MC said that he represents cargo owners, but he is working at OECD, and before that he was working at the Ministry of Strategy and Finance at the Netherlands. So I think he was giving us a bureaucratic perspective. And we've heard from an ocean liner point of view, from Kenneth Chia, and followed by Rebecca F. Dye. She's the commissioner at the FMCs. And Jan Hoffman, as you know, is from UNCTAD. He's German, and he works very hard to try to facilitate trade. And so of these 4 speakers, 3 of them were giving us a public sector perspective. One was giving us a perspective of the shipping liner. I think that the CEOs from earlier, their consortiums' perspectives would be different from the perspectives here. The fact-finding perspectives were different. Mr. Olaf talked about how with the ship sizes, I think that earlier we had a roundtable discussion, and I remember that he was a very impressive man. And now listening to Mr. Olaf Mark, I was able to see that his perspective is similar to the civil servants in Korea, because what he said, the fact-finding work that he provided us is very different from what the consulting companies provided us with, because the earlier consulting companies and the public sector, they have very different perspectives. They're talking about perspective from the January of this year, that we were talking about how this is going to be very different in the future. And I think that Mr. Olaf was talking about a shipping disruption, as mentioned before. Does it really come from demand explosion or port congestion? Various issues. But what he said is completely different from what the consultant said early on and with his data. And he reached the conclusion that the Asia-Europe or Asia-US, if we exclude Asia and the US, the demand is not that high. And with the port congestion, if we exclude US, there's no port congestion in Asia or Europe. The Shanghai-LA the route is quite hot, as you know, right now. The rates are going up, and the reliable schedule service is quite low. But if you look at places like Rotterdam, as you've seen in the slides, that LA mentioned before represents 64% coverage of the U.S. West Coast, but they are struggling right now. Whereas Rotterdam, they are able to give the cancel calls to the other ports. But with the West Coast, they were able to see capacity building based on fierce competition, so they don't really do this backup cancel calls kind of absorption. He looked at COVID pandemic and carrier lines and the consolidation over the many years. This is a fact. 10 years ago, after the economic crisis, there were so many different challenges at the time. And this is something that Commissioner Dai said, that there are about 500 ships that were laying idle. But with the strong alliances, with the lessons learned after the first quarter, there were all these blank sailings. 10 years ago, they were trying to adjust the schedule. It took months to do that, but now in just 1 week, they were able to completely change around their schedules and do the joint capacity management. because he's a regulator from the EU, is saying that this one consortium in one line should not represent over 30%, but that's actually many of the routes see over 30% in some of the routes. And so Mr. Olaf was saying that we don't see explosive demand. There's not a lot of congestion in Europe, but the rates are going up about tenfold because of the situation in the U.S. So this is a very bureaucratic perspective.
Turning to Mr. Kashia, what he rebutted, he said it's not the case. In the first quarter last year, well, it was like a nightmare. That is why they started the blank sailing. And nations around the world will introduce a various stimulus package in order to boost the spending. And with that, the global market has shifted from a service-oriented market to the product and goods-oriented market. People ordered various items from the comfort of their home. That is why I believe the Squid Game of Korea and Netflix made such a big hit. So from the second half of last year, the demand surged, and even if the idle capacity was turned back to the service, well, because of the inefficient inland infrastructure, there has been some delay at port up to 30 days. And as for the empty containers, well, there is no enough supply of a container. That is why, we cannot provide any additional service anymore. Nothing is available. So the key here is to move on to a long-term contract rate instead of relying on a spot rate. Well, that's how you can sustain with ship owners as well as the cargo owners. And the enhanced capacity building can be the solution to the current spike in demand. So the carriers are doing everything at their disposal to survive and to tackle the situations. And these carriers are agile enough to respond to any surge in demand.
As Commissioner Dai said, she is speaking as a government official because, as you know, they are really strong when it comes to regulatory enforcement. Because of COVID-19, she says that there were some challenges, but these challenges are not new, that these challenges come every peak season. And it's difficult to come up with one answer to look at supply chain disruptions. And this is something that we saw 10 years ago with the mortgage crisis that led to the Lehman Brothers bankruptcy. And at the time, she already started an investigation at the FMC level, and she looked at how about these 500 ships laying idle and etc. The FMC supply chain innovation team, with about 5 to 12 members, has been launched to look at government solutions, not necessarily government solutions, but commercial solutions. She emphasized the importance of commercial solutions or market solutions, and she emphasized that all the players would try to look at the system as an entirety and not just their own silo. And she also mentioned how, with the containers, how can we return the equipment and the containers quickly? And I think that with the ports, I think you're mostly interested. How can you allow them to come in? The earliest arrival time or earliest departure time, like that is a crucial point for many of the players involved. And several years ago, even before COVID, she talked about demurrage and detention, which is in demurrage, it's if the ship stays for too long at the berth, then it pays a charge, and it's a kind of a penalty. For the containers, that's called detention if you overstay. But this is kind of just not levied. But for the BPA, I know it's from 3 days to about 3 weeks or so. But if you do a turnaround, you give incentives if you work quickly. So she provided an update on that incentive system. And from the FMC perspective, with all of the carriers, she would like to have a compliance officer and all of the different players. So to see the companies that comply well with the FMC regulation, and the compliance officers will be directly reporting to the CEO. So I think that was very interesting because right now with the West Coast is seeing unprecedented different challenges. She says that she's going to take it step by step or a one by one approach. It's a kind of American style of doing business, I think.
As for Jan Hoffman, well, he served as the chair of the Shipping Association. He has been working for the United Nations for such a long time, and he introduced various statistics on digitalization as well as the data traffic. Asia Pacific is known to have the largest volume of data traffic, and he also mentioned the statistics about 5G and IoT, Internet of Things. And with that, he mentioned the disparity in terms of the data access and the benefits coming from data analysis, and what is the implications for the port. Then we will see the emergence of e-commerce, and with the growth in the e-commerce, then we will see a bigger trade as well as the cargo volume. But because of the consolidation among the carriers, we might not have enough number of ships. Up to fourth quarter last year, the largest vessel is up to 2016. Well, the capacity of the vessel is 10,000 TEU, and currently the biggest vessel is 24,000 TEUs. This means, well, we will have a bigger concentration. That's how the market is moving. And why we have such a high rate? The first is COVID-19. The second is shipping cycle. The third is, as for the shipping cycle, well, it takes such a long time for the delivery of the new build. And the third is consolidation. Well, through the M&As, well, carriers have a larger and greater negotiating capacity and negotiating capability. And the fourth is the decarbonization, and the fifth is technology. But technological innovation and the progress has never been so slow. That is why we need to speed up IT innovation. So many are saying that you have to control the borders and the trade in order to contain COVID-19, but that is not the case. Digitalization can tackle all the issues. So he presented a 10-point idea for digitalization, which would help us contain COVID-19 while facilitating trade. So what we need to do is to introduce multilateral and predictable framework. That was the point. Thank you. Thank you very much for your summary of key points. With this, I'd like to conclude this working session 2. We are behind the schedule, so we will take 10-minute break, and we will continue at 4:30 with the last working session. Thank you, and we'll see you at 4:30. Thank you.
I hope you enjoyed your break, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Busan International Port Conference brought to you by the Busan Port Authority. This is the second day, and we are now going into the last session. The last session would be about e-commerce. If we look at the logistics technology in the post-pandemic era, I believe that we have really seen an amazing world because you order something late at night and it comes to you next day. There's next day delivery, or any one of you can ship any of your products overseas. So this is something that we have all seen in this brand new world, which is why in this last session we have devoted it to e-commerce and logistics, and we have invited experts, and we'll go straight into the next speaker. This next speaker is going to tell us a little bit about e-commerce and sea parcel shipping and sea shipping. This market has seen explosive growth over the last few years, and now we would like to hear from a Korean expert, and this Korean expert is joining us here offline. We'd like to hear from Kim Young-hun of LX Pantos. He is a team leader of e-commerce Korea business team. Please welcome Mr. Kim with a big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to meet you, and today I'm going to give a presentation under the theme Busan Dynamic E-Commerce. My name is Kim Young-hun. I'm the team leader of e-commerce Korea business team at LX Pantos. Do you know of e-commerce? E-commerce, if you look at the dictionary definition, is known as electronic commerce and refers to the buying and selling of goods or services using the internet. So any devices, your smartphone or PC or a tablet. Let me briefly tell you a little bit about the e-commerce as represented by our company, iHerb, which is what you see on the left. iHerb purchases products and sells them to products. Then there's Tmall or Lazada in Southeast Asia, and there's Coupang. Coupang has an open market where sellers can sell on the open market. And Weaver's Shop, which is what you see there. We, at our company, do overseas shipping and local shipping. And if we look at BTS, they create their own products and manufacture them and sell them overseas. BTS, as a side note, if we are late just one day, the BTS fans, the army, they are very much angry by the state of affairs. So if there are any Army fans out here, please understand that sometimes our supply disruptions make it difficult for us to get the products to you on time. So we're very sorry about that. In any case, there is the online system and cost leadership that I would like to talk about. The online system is composing the customer's e-commerce chain. And there's the sales platform and the logistics platform. They have to all be very organically connected together. Amazon and DHL are making use of robotics or autonomous vehicles or devices or they use AI and big data to do what we call predictive shipping. This is where they use AI or big data to try to look at the orders that they think might be very popular, and they will just place that in the warehouses in Malaysia or in Singapore and then have them shipped out. This is on-time shipping and on-time delivery for the customer. And I think that this is the ultimate goal of e-commerce. The ultimate goal of e-commerce is really about cost leadership or cost saving. Let me go over the content of my presentation. I'm going to look at briefly the global e-commerce market and e-commerce in Korea, then e-commerce logistics, and how this ties in with Busan, the developments of Busan as an e-commerce industry. I really like this microphone. It has a lot of range. But in any case, in Asia and North America, there is CBT or cross-border transactions is right now the most active and largest in the global e-commerce market. The moderator earlier mentioned that this e-commerce traffic, electronic traffic is quite explosive. Our intra-Asia traffic takes up about 21% of the total e-commerce traffic. I'm sorry. 21%. And for inter-Asia, China, intra-Asia between China, Korea, and Japan take up about 80% of the Asia traffic. This is the breakdown of the e-commerce market. It is expected to continue to grow at CAGR 18% and reach about 6,000 trillion in 2022. But now, because of the pandemic, because of untapped or contactless consumption, we're seeing this growth being even more explosive than what we had anticipated. Right now, when we look at cross-border e-commerce, this is more active after COVID-19. If you look at online searches by Google, online shopping and food delivery searches have gone up so much over the past few months. The searches have gone up. This means that explosive demand has also gone up as well. Sorry. The three countries in Northeast Asia, so China, Korea, and Japan, we're seeing the most active e-commerce in these areas. And because I work in Korea, I can tell you that this e-commerce business has the biggest potential. Just briefly, if we look at e-commerce logistics, this is where cost and services compose the majority of EC logistics. There is Courier Express, Small Parcel, and Sea Express. The slides keep moving at their own free will. I don't know how to control them. The Courier Express service is more cost expensive, but you can have very scheduled, huge number of schedule reliabilities, so 1 to 4 days. Small parcel services is cheaper, but the reliability is lower. That red box, the small parcel service and Sea Express service, are typically the services used for e-commerce. This is something that is currently used by a company with the initial D. They are a global delivery network. And taking this, we can look at 4 different characteristics. With EC logistics, the transit time is that it can take up to 1 to 4 days around the world. IT system allows for real-time tracking visibility. With customer service, right now, the Google chatbots are very popular these days. So the customer call center service quality has gone down a little bit, but still we can this provides a 24/7 real-time communication with the customers. The pricing structure is not that complex. It's all in fare structure, so it's just a set price of 1 kilo, like it's by unit weight. I'm sure you've heard about purchasing directly from a seller overseas. This is where you purchase directly from the seller. If we look at the trends of this direct purchase overseas for the last 10 years, many people have purchased very expensive products in the past, but these days people just purchase anything they want, including very cheap or affordable products, because there's a decrease in the unit price per purchase, and many people in their 40s with high purchasing power are overtaking the purchasing class. They're overtaking people in their 20s. And the overseas direct shipping from China has seen 83-fold increase over the last 5 years. Next. If we take a look at the overall volume, it's about 17,680 increase over the last 5 years. And we're also seeing increase in export express cargo. They come from places in China primarily. And if you take a look at down here, Incheon, Pyeongtaek, Busan, these Kunsan, these 4 cities in Korea, there are centers, logistics centers that are located there to process these Sea Express trades. We're seeing more of these new logistics channels, very huge increase in them, and this is leading to a lot of challenges as well because there is a lack of space right now. There's backlogs of orders piling up because there's literally no space in the planes or in the ships. This is leading to delays and rising costs. And also, there's something there called political risk, but the Korea-China, or not Korea-China, but I guess China-US political risks are impacting e-commerce, specifically when they go through customs and the like, which is why I would like to propose that we need to open a new logistics channel. Now I'd like to talk about the Busan e-commerce industry and how we can expand this. So the slides keep continuing to move. I'm not controlling them. But in any case, the Busan port is located right now in a very competitive location. It is near the strategic countries of China and Japan, Southeast Asia, and I also wrote here about Gajokdo airports, but if we can also include that, I think that you can really have huge expansion of e-commerce. If we were to apply this e-commerce logistics park or complex kind of concept to this, then there would be the port of Busan, go through customs area, and then the airports in the new port. They could be sort of like a center to process EC. Many different EC sellers and platform companies can come here and process all of these and handle all of these shipments. That e-commerce and logistics, if they can be focused here, then that would lead to expanded supply, and the supply can lead to a heightened services for Sea Express, Overseas Express, such as small parcel services that I mentioned before. Amazon FB is right now, as I mentioned before, it's a logistics that is used by 21% of the different sellers, and with the bonded area, I'm going to talk about this a little bit later on. Let me briefly talk about the fulfillment services with e-commerce. All e-commerce players have a fulfillment service that is typically based up like this. I really hope that we can have a very large, massive fulfillment center in Busan. Currently, in Korea, when you want to send something from Korea to overseas, you have to alert customs and go through clearance. If it's by airplane, then you can just go through customs clearance once. But if it's by port, because there are 2 ports that you have to go through, you have to declare your customs twice. So this is a little bit more cumbersome, but also, as I mentioned before, this goes against the cost-saving philosophy of e-commerce. And so hopefully this can be changed. With EC, many of the sellers, when they export their cargo overseas, they have to go through an export declaration. So this is what they have to do, an administrative procedure to get returns later on and get the VAT refunds. But this is very complicated for many of the sellers. And so hopefully there could be a kind of very unified, very streamlined e-commerce export declaration process to give more benefits to the sellers. When you do export declaration for e-commerce, you can have maybe a track record of your sales, and you can ask for support from the regulatory authorities. And it's easier to get a refund on a value-added tax, for example, and customs refund as well. So now I'd like to talk about the bonded zone fulfillment services. This would be a global distribution center that you see here. It's a triangular kind of trilateral distribution center. When it's done by sea or air, the products are placed in a bonded distribution center. And then it is again exported to one of the three countries. There are 4 companies that make use of this at Incheon Airport, but the products continue to grow in number, and major logistics companies overseas are very much interested in this kind of operation. What you see on the left-hand side, that's our competitor. We are also working with them in the operations of the global distribution center, and on the right-hand side, that's our Pantos company's Singapore operation case for a duty-free shop. So, if we take a look at the strategic location of Busan port and its capability of e-commerce as a logistics hub, if we can solve the customs clearance and maybe even have a GDC, then I think that this could lead to massive job creation opportunities. So, I call this the future of dynamic e-commerce in Busan. It could have a logistics park, and sellers and platforms can come in, and GDC can come in as well. Overseas shipping routes can be established, and this would allow for an e-commerce kind of ecosystem based out of Busan. And lastly, I would like to end by saying that I want to thank the organizers, particularly BPA, for giving me this chance to speak. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your informative presentation. Recently, Busan Port has opened this express shipping facility, and I believe today's presentation has been really helpful for the employees of Busan Port Authority. So I'd like to invite our last speaker of the last session. After this presentation, we will have a live discussion, so please stay with us. The last speaker is an Asian e-commerce market expert, Ms. Amy Jinju Bae, Managing Director of Global Port Partners, will give us a presentation titled The Impact of the E-commerce on Maritime and Port Logistics, focusing on the case studies of East Asia. Please welcome her. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I am Minju Bae, Managing Director of Global Port Partners based in Singapore. I'm very honored and privileged to be part of the 9th Busan International Port Conference today. I'd like to talk about the impact of the e-commerce on maritime and port logistics, focusing on the rising e-commerce market, which is Southeast Asia. First, let's take a look at the trends of the global e-commerce market. The graph on this screen shows the growth of the global retail sector, more specifically the growth trend from 2018 to 2020. As you can see, in 2020, you can see the negative growth. This is attributable to the telecommuting and travel restrictions and border closures. And offline businesses have been hit hard due to reduced consumption due to the uncertainty in the global market. The growth in 2021 is marked by a sharp rise in online retail sales. Overall retail sector has rebounded this year. This year, it has grown about 12.9%. The graph you are looking at is the share of e-commerce in retail sales. This is the overall growth trend from pre-COVID to 2025. This graph also shows the steady growth in global e-commerce sales. It is worth $4.2 trillion and is expected to reach $7.3 trillion by 2025. Then let's take a look at the ASEAN e-commerce market. This graph shows the size of the e-commerce market in ASEAN, excluding Brunei, China, and the United States. Comparing 2016 and 2020, the ASEAN market has grown by 6 times, while China and the United States have grown about 2 times. It shows how fast the middle class in the ASEAN market has grown, representing a rapid economic growth. This graph shows the growth of the e-commerce market in 6 major ASEAN countries: Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam. Since Indonesia is the largest country in Southeast Asia in terms of population and territory, its e-commerce market is expected to be the largest. The graph on the left represents the frequency of e-commerce usage before the pandemic, during the pandemic, and the post-pandemic. As for the e-commerce usage in major Southeast Asian countries, has risen sharply over the past year. Most Southeast Asian countries have introduced several lockdowns at the national and city levels. In addition, as social distancing became a commonplace, offline stores have not been able to operate properly, and e-commerce where you can receive products safely at home has become more active. Furthermore, while products previously purchased through e-commerce were mostly fashion items or luxury goods, a wider range of products, including daily necessities, were purchased during the pandemic through e-commerce. As mobile phones have become widely available and the quality of communication services has improved, e-commerce is growing quite rapidly in the Southeast Asian market. The average age of Southeast Asia is early 30s, which means that the average age of the East Asian countries is 10 years younger than that of other developed countries. It would be fair to say that the size of the age group that can freely use smartphones and apps is considerable. Also, the potential of the Southeast Asian e-commerce market is considered very high, as e-commerce companies have upgraded their user interfaces and so that people can easily adapt and use them, and consumer behavior is moving toward omni-channel. That is why Southeast Asian market is considered to have a huge potential. What you see on the screen is the top 5 e-commerce brands in 6 major Southeast Asian countries. Lazada and Shopee appear repeatedly. Lazada and Shopee are regional players, and there is a competition between the two. Not long ago, up until quite recently, Lazada was number 1, but from the second quarter of 2020, Shopee took over. As you can see at the bottom, there are various local e-commerce companies emerging in each country. The main players in the ASEAN e-commerce market would be Lazada and Shopee. Let me briefly explain Lazada and Shopee. Shopee's parent company is SEA Group, a Nasdaq-listed gaming company. Chinese company Tencent acquired a 40% stake in Sea Group. So, Shopee has received enormous financial support from Tencent. As for Lazada, it was founded in 2012 with the support of Rocket Internet, and it was later acquired by Alibaba in 2016. Then let's turn to e-commerce and shipping and port logistics. E-commerce logistics refers to the logistics process from the manufacturing site to the point when the product is delivered to the end customer. As for the domestic market, it covers everything from inventory management to shipment to last mile logistics. Cross-border e-commerce captures the relationship with shipping and port logistics. Cross-border e-commerce ends up in import-export activities, so you tend to choose maritime shipping with lower cost. Let's take a look at the statistics of the global cross-border e-commerce logistics market. The annual growth rate of the market is expected to be around 11%, driven primarily by the Asia-Pacific market. As the speedy delivery is the key in e-commerce, air shipping has been the main focus. However, as the volume of cross-border e-commerce is rapidly growing and air cargo is increasing in volume, problems such as shortage of aircraft or lack of space for transportation are witnessed. So, sea transportation, which has the advantage of lower cost, is considered. However, it also has a disadvantage of longer transportation time. Since new technologies are continuously emerging, especially data-driven AI technologies, the demand forecast will become more accurate. So it will be made possible to move products to the relevant market in advance through a forward inventory system focusing on products that are not sensitive to transit time. Let's compare the logistics models of Amazon and Alibaba, the two major global e-commerce players. As for Amazon, the entire supply chain is controlled by the company as it owns most of the logistics and distribution facilities. In asset-heavy model, on the contrary, Alibaba does not own logistics and distribution facilities, an asset-light approach, but offers a logistics platform to enable various logistics providers around the world to find suitable services through communication with sellers. Amazon is more interested in the ocean shipping. It seems that Amazon has been doing all sorts of ocean shipping since 2013. From MVOCC license to shipping with the Amazon service, they have provided various maritime shipping options to sellers. As I mentioned, Alibaba is providing a cross-border logistics platform by forming strategic partnerships with five major container carriers. They have enhanced the quality of maritime transportation services and providing sellers with services linked to maritime transportation. The e-commerce market is creating a new trend in the shipping and port market. For example, Maersk, the world's largest shipping company, built a ventures capital fund within the company in 2017 to acquire logistics-related startups and companies. Since 2019, they have acquired e-commerce companies in various fields. In addition, by launching an e-commerce logistics service, they are offering an integrated logistics service linking ocean shipping and inland logistics services. As for PSA in Singapore, the PSA Leaving Lab was launched back in 2014 to invest in the development of logistics-related ideas and relevant technology services that link ports and hinterlands. PSA Unbox is a startup accelerator for logistics, fostering logistics-related startups and investing in integrated logistics. PSA launched PSA Cargo Solutions as well as Calista, a global supply chain platform. In conclusion, sea transportation will play an increasingly important role for cross-border e-commerce logistics. Major e-commerce players, shipping lines, and terminal operators will start to set themselves up for this. A balance between transportation cost and delivery lead times remain critical. Maritime players need to continuously reduce lead times through predictive technologies, improved global network connectivity, and greater control over the connecting hinterland supply chains. Third, major ports should start allocating space in or around their real estate for fulfillment, consolidation, and distribution activities related to e-commerce in ecosystem to entrench a wide spectrum of logistics companies engaging in middle mile or first and last mile delivery are also important. Last but not least, delivery tracking and real-time information flow is a critical customer service in e-commerce. Information will get only more important. Accordingly, integrated digital platforms among players across the supply chain will become a necessity as cross-border e-commerce logistics increase in scale and complexity. Thank you for your time and attention. Thank you. Thank you. That was the last presentation on the program. When you purchase a product from overseas online market, then we would usually think about a Korean logistics service. But this might be a great opportunity for the shipping company as well. Thank you very much for your presentation. Now we are on day 2 of the 9th Busan International Port Conference. Now we would like to open the floor for discussion. In this last session, we'd like to invite our 3 speakers, and Professor Chang to have a discussion. But since this is a hybrid conversation with the audience, I think that we can be more relaxed here. You can ask any question. So I'd like to introduce our 3 speakers who are joining us in this conversation. As you can see, all our speakers. We are joined by Mr. Tim Power, Managing Director of Jewelry. Thank you very much for joining us.
네, 지금 소리가 아직 안 들리시나요?
Can you hear us? Hi, Tim.
예. 예, 박수 한번 부탁드리겠습니다.
Please give him a round of big applause. Thank you very much for joining us. Next is Mr. Lars Jansen, the CEO of BIPC Maritime, who also served as an analyst at Sea Intelligence Consulting. Thank you for joining us. Can you hear us?
I can. 네, 박수 한번 부탁드리겠습니다.
Please give him a big round of applause. The last speaker I'd like to introduce is joining us from Singapore, Mr. Tan Hua Zhu, Director of Line Analytica.
Welcome to the BIPC conference.
Mr. Tan Hua Zhu, welcome to the conference. Thank you. Thank you. With that, I would like to hand over to Professor Zhang for his questions. Then we will open the floor for the questions from the audience. please.
You can hear me? Yes.
Yes.
And Tim and Lars, we had session together a couple of times last year. So as in last year, and you can call me YT for smoother proceeding of our panel discussion, whereas and who are you, and you are first time to meet me, please call me YT so that I can call you who are you. Okay, I introduce three of you as the top-ranking consulting leader in the world, and you showed a lot of your own perspective. Actually, when I looked at your presentation, you aligned pretty well among three of you, not having one concentrated focus, but having a very broad range of focus, where Tim started about the digitalization, looking at the coming shipping industry from the long-term perspective, whereas Lars mentioned about probably medium term and talking about 3 to 4 years happening, whereas finally, Hua-Ju mentioned what just happened in the last 2 months, and although you focus on congestion. And hearing about all your presentation for the common interest of our audience and our industry, I was thinking about the 3 or 4 kind of questions probably stimulated by that one. The number 1 can be definitely, as presented by Tim, alternative fuel. This is one of the most concerned facing the shipping companies. And the number 2 will be market prospect. Although you sounded like similar to each other, there seems to be a little bit difference between short-term, medium, and long-term perspective. And although we are only hearing from 3 consulting companies, when we heard about the other session presenter, they also sounded a little different. Fact-finding was different, and their view was different. So I'm asking, what is the market prospect? Although you presented us. That will be my second question. Third question, and a lot of people, especially Lars mentioned, but there will be a stronger movement toward more consolidation. I know you worked many years for Maersk. Maersk is one leading shipping company in the world, maybe trying to reduce the number of alliances. So I will be more interested about your opinion, whether the current number of alliances will be continued or there will be restructuring of alliances. So that will be the question number 3. Finally, the congestion. The current congestion is hot topic, as you heard, recent election of Virginia governor, and the Biden was defeated, which may imply probably Trump may come back. And US guys are not good at resolving congestion, and many people mentioned the ripple effect by Lars, and also Ja mentioned about serious status of congestion right now. So good question to industry people. When can you resolve this congestion? And after resolving congestion, although Lars mentioned the rippling effect, will impact Asia and probably Europe. And when is the question? And after resolving this one, what will be the change of the industry and probably? So that's 4 questions that I have prepared. If time allows us, and I will ask one more question. The one more question can be, I'm not sure whether you're aware of the penalty case in Korea. Korea Fair Competition Commission recently decided to penalize major ocean lines as well as Korean shipping lines about the collective rate-making process. And they're going to investigate some of the cases. And so I'm curious about whether your regional case or your country case are in similar situation, or you have waiver system apart from antitrust law. So that will be probably my prepared question. Then we'll take up some more incoming questions from the online system. So are you ready? Okay, let's start from the alternative fuel. And before answering any of you, we had also conference with the shipyards in Korea. Korean shipyards are representing shipyards. When we discuss of alternative fuel, their probably foregone conclusion of developing fuel engine for the short term, 2 to 3 years, they are more focusing on ammonia, which was not mentioned at all in your presentation. And long term, until 2030, they will probably opt with LNG. And however, and many countries, including Korea, are also curious of developing hydrogen system. But in Tim's presentation, hydrogen fuel price right now, green hydrogen, surprisingly, is $25,000 per ton, which is not matching up with shipping lines concern. So who will start about alternative fuel?
Well, I'll start if you like, YT. The situation at the moment, as we speak, is that LNG is the only available alternative fuel. And for shipping lines that are building ships now, like, for example, Hapag-Lloyd, who gave a seminar on this topic, this is really their only choice. The World Bank is saying that LNG is a dead end and actually will not help emissions because of methane slip. And you all know that methane in its normal form is something like 80% or 80 times worse than carbon dioxide as a global greenhouse gas. So there's a lot of heated debate about LNG. In terms of the vessels that are being built now with alternative fuels, LNG is the only real option, apart from the 16,000 TEU ships that Maersk is now building that will be methanol powered. The essential point is that whilst ammonia obviously exists because it's produced for a wide variety of agricultural processes, and there are major companies like Yara who are now looking at this, none of this exists in quantity. And so the industry, in my view, is in a state of great uncertainty about which way to go. If you're a ship owner now, how do you choose? Most ship owners are not choosing; they are waiting. And of course, the options are not just they're not just ammonia and hydrogen and methanol. There's even discussion about nuclear, which has been promoted. I think Bill Gates invested in a startup that was looking at potential for nuclear reactors. So huge uncertainty, but within this decade, the decision will be made, and then lines will know which way to go.
About that point, because Maersk decided to order with methane, as you mentioned, and Lars must be quite aware of why Maersk is adopting different strategy from CMA, CDZ, and Hapag-Lloyd.
Yeah, you can say the take I have on that is Maersk has their eyes set on full decarbonization for 2050. And if your target is full decarbonization, LNG doesn't really help you in that one. It can be seen as a short-term stopgap to reduce emissions, especially if you close your eyes and forget about the methane slip that Tim brought up. But I think the difference here is because Maersk is just focused on let's go for full decarbonization. And the only added comment I would put on that is I very much agree with Tim. The problem here is availability in quantity. We are not going to see the shipping lines drastically ramp up building new fuel vessels until we get fuel in quantity. And the challenge I see with the e-fuel providers as it is now, it doesn't do you any good that you have a laboratory where you can make 100 liters of fuel. It doesn't do you any good that you have a plant where you can make 10,000 liters of fuel. We need this to be produced by the tens of millions of tons. We need to get to that scale, then the vessels will come. But the bottleneck is not the shipping lines, it's not the shipyards. The main bottleneck are the fuel producers.
Okay, as you implied, whenever I speak with shipping lines CEO, including HMM, and their most concern is about more likely situation for the coming 5 to 10 years, because this is the highest uncertainty area for running shipping lines. And if you think about some years back about whether scrubber equipment ships or other type of that one, a lot of shipping lines opted for scrubber. Now it looks like this is wrong decision, thinking about right now. So this is the highest uncertainty facing shipping industry. And because of time limits, and we'll move on to second question. If there is anything further, okay, Huaju, okay, you'd like to speak about fuel? Yes.
Yes, if I may. Just one point to correct what Tim said earlier. In the container sector, the owners are not holding back. In fact, if you look at new orders, there's been a significant surge in new container ship orders since the end of last year. And at this point, the vast majority, by a factor of more than 5 to 1, most of these new container ship owners are going for conventional fuel. So most of the owners that have made that decision are going for conventional fuel, and most of those that have gone for conventional fuel, about half of them will be scrubber fitted. So to your point, Professor Chan, it's not correct in my view that going for scrubbers is the wrong decision. I think it is the safest decision at this point, given that we still have a significantly long runway before we reach 2050. Right now, if an owner would need to make a decision, I think the safest choice is still to go for conventional fuels with a scrubber-fitted ship. If you look at LNG economics right now, today, LNG costs are more than 150% higher than conventional low-sulfur fuel. So the economics of LNG at this point, at least, is completely unattractive. And for the other alternative fuels, including methanol that Maersk has gone for, I think there's too much uncertainty at this point to be going for that. And so I think most owners, including most of the Asian owners, have voted with their feet. I think it's more of an issue with the European owners in terms of their choice of fuel, but that's more to do with domestic politics than economics. At this point, I would say economics would support going for conventional fuel.
Yes, you are quite right. When it comes to actual vessel ordering in Korea, HMM orders all 12 vessels of 24,000 TEU. All of them are equipped with a scrubber. And when we speak with lines, because of uncertainty, they don't know what to do. When it comes to LNG, there is a question of chicken and egg, because infrastructure is uncertain as well. So therefore, they are very much concerned about what should be their next time period decision in ordering vessel. Anyway, because of time shortage, we have to move on to the next question. Market prospect. And especially Lars mentioned, because of delayed vessel delivery into market, and until at least next year or until 2023, this situation of high rate market is more likely to continue. Whereas Huaju just mentioned last 2 months, especially premium high-end market began to fall down. So I'm just wondering, and can you compare this second half until next year and followed by the year 2022, 2023, what is more likely market situation in terms of rate. And then after that one, once the new ordered vessel come into market, let's say after 2023, what is more likely situation in terms of rate sustainability? And either Lars or yes, Waju. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think the first thing that's important to keep in mind is there are two very, very different mechanisms at play at the same time. There's the rate formation right now that is clearly linked to the bottleneck issues, which is why you have rates that are phenomenally high. Then you have the underlying structure of the market, which has nothing to do with the pandemic. If we did not have the pandemic, we would have been in a structural upcycle. So the market would naturally be stronger, but that would not have led to the extreme rates we have now, just to higher rates than what we saw in 2019. So when we talk about whether rates are going to be strong or weak going forward, it's very important to distinguish these two different elements. Going forward, we will over the next year see freight rates come down. It is extremely uncertain when that will happen and how quickly it will happen. But we will come off the current extreme high rates. That will be a function of when the bottlenecks slowly get relieved. Once we get out from this congestion, then we're going to come back into a normality that will be the structural upcycle that will have its apex around 2023. So if the market comes down rapidly, then I would say mid-2022, it's going to be into a market that is strong. If all the bottlenecks continue and we only get into normalization in 23, then we get in towards the down cycle. So you have to look at it from the perspective, rates will come down substantially during 2022, but it's impossible to foresee exactly when and how quickly. But the level we will come down to will be a level that is substantially higher than what you saw in 2019.
What about Waju?
Yeah, my view is that this is a market that will be driven completely by supply and demand factors. And as far as supply is concerned, there is not a lot of new capacity coming in for 2022. Most of the new capacity will come in 2023 and 24. So on the supply side, I think it's still very positive as far as the shipping lines are concerned. So the key for next year, I think, is going to be demand. What's different with demand in the last 12 months compared to all previous years is, firstly, demand has been extremely high. But more importantly, this demand has been sustained. We have not seen any peak season or slow season at all. It's been continuously strong throughout the last 12 months. And this is what's driving the current bottlenecks that you can see in the ports. So I'm not completely sure that 2022 we will necessarily see rates decline. For sure, because I think the key is really going to be where will demand be for next year. And at this point, it is not clear at all that demand is going to drop significantly. As long as demand continues at its current pace, I think there is a good chance that we could see more future rate increases. So there's still plenty of uncertainty in this regard. And so again, I would point to looking at supply and demand factors in order to determine where rates will hit in the coming 12 months.
Tim, would you like to add something?
Yeah, I very much agree with what Lars and Waju have said. I think when we talk about supply and demand, we have to talk about effective supply. And what I'm sure everybody is aware of is that port congestion, and that of course is caused by all these downstream factors, shortages of truck drivers, goods not being picked up quickly enough. That has taken out, according to our calculations, roughly 16% of container ship capacity in 2021. Now, when you think that, when you bear in mind that container shipping historically to make money has had to have 90% capacity utilization, there is simply no slack in the system to absorb that kind of inefficiency. So the big question for supply is, it's not so much about the vessel order book in the short term, it is about how does how does this supply chain efficiency return, and when? And how long does it take to solve these problems? You know, in the UK, we are told we have a shortage of truck drivers, 100,000 truck drivers. Where will they come from? So it's not. I think there is great uncertainty about how long it will take for these landside efficiency issues to be resolved. But what I do think is that, as Lars has said, whatever happens post 2023, market structure in container shipping is now vastly more favorable to shipping lines than it was in let's say 2016, and we will never go back, in my view, to the days when container shipping couldn't make money. It is now a sustainably profitable industry.
Okay, that answering probably naturally leads us to, rather than third question, which was alliance restructuring, or about congestion resolvement. And although you implied, the big question is, when is this congestion in major US ports resolved? And after resolving this one, although the last mentioned the rippling effect, and what will be the more likely impact on other regions?
The one benchmark to start with, at least, is early 2015. In early 2015, there was a labor dispute on the US West Coast. And at that point in time, you had a queue of some 35 to 40 vessels waiting off the California coastline. That means you had a congestion problem at that point in time. It was not even as bad as it is now. It is as bad as we had in the beginning of 2021. And what you can then look at, how long did it take back then to resolve that bottleneck? It took 6 months before we can see in the data that all vessel schedules were completely normalized. So in a situation where the congestion problem only existed on the US West Coast, today it's globally, and where the problem was only in the ports, not in the hinterland, it took 6 months to come back to full normality. So in the most optimistic of all worlds, you can say this is going to take at least 6 months to fix. Realistically, it's going to take longer to fix. There will be curveballs. This is global. Then you have to disassociate. Rates will start to come down before you have full normal operational abilities. They will start to come down when we begin to release enough capacity back into the system, so we don't have a shortage of capacity. But realistically, this is going to be way into second half 2022, and that is if we don't get major curveballs. And just to flag two of those major curveballs, one is we are only ever 1 or 2 sick port workers away from Shanghai port closing down for a month. That is very much within the real spectrum of risk. And we are also seeing a new discussion to come up between the Port Workers Union and the terminals on the US West Coast, because the current agreement runs out by June 2022. In the past, either they find an agreement and this is not an issue, we can hope for that, or you have seen, for example, in 2015, where you had congestion as bad as it is now, or even worse in 2002, where all ports on the US West Coast were closed down for 10 days. So we have major risk elements. This is going to last a long time before we're back to normal.
Yes, I know, Lars, your PhD in mathematical physics, so you must have done a lot of calculation. In Hua Zhu's presentation, he used specific term Q ratio. That's the ratio between arrival rate and service rate. Especially LA, Long Beach is showing about 2.0. If you are aware of any simple fundamentals of queuing theory, if the arriving rate is much higher than service rate, is limitless waiting line. And I'm surprised here, 2015, when there was the dispute along US West, it took 6 months to resolve this one. That was a much smaller number of arriving ships in Anchorage. Now we are hearing about over 100 ships. And in addition, they are talking about the inland area congestion. So taken together, and I will be curious how what you will predict when the congestion can be resolved?
Yes, to look at this again, in order for congestion to be resolved, either of two things have to happen. Either you increase supply at the port and inland side, or you reduce the demand. And right now, there is really no way in the short term to increase supply, especially in the US. There is no new port capacity, not on the West Coast and very little on the East Coast as well. And in terms of the inland congestion, there's really very little that can be done because warehouses are full. There's limited trucking capacity, limited rail capacity. So the only way for congestion to be resolved at this point is it's only going to come when demand settles down to a more sustainable level. Right now, we have seen elevated levels of import cargo into the US, and it's growing at 20% higher than the norm that we have seen in the previous 3 years. As long as demand remains at this rate, I see no prospect for congestion to be resolved, not in the next 12 months. So the first thing that needs to happen is demand has to fall to a more sustainable and normalized level. At this point, we have not seen that happen yet.
Tim, you'd like to add something about the congestion?
I think Hwaji's logic is impeccable. Fixing hinterland transport capacity in a mature economy where probably nobody wants to be a truck driver anymore is exceptionally difficult. And so I agree that it has to be a demand shock. I think what could be very interesting, maybe if we see, normally there is a seasonal downturn in Q1. What will be very interesting to see is if there is a seasonal downturn in Q1, first of all, if there is any sign that is taking pressure off the system and leading to some reductions in waiting time and improvements in reliability. I think if there is a Q1 downturn and we don't see anything improving, then that's a strong signal that we're going to be in difficulties for a long time.
Lars?
Yeah, I'm completely agreeing with Raju that it's the demand side of the equation we need to look at. But when you look forward, there are two things we need to take into account. One is there is an obvious way on how to reduce demand. That's increasing prices. That's part of the reason why prices have exploded over the last 12 months. And given that the congestion problems are clearly not on a path to be resolved, just made a count this morning, we're up at 79 vessels off California, so no improvement. And we're coming up towards a pre-Chinese New Year peak. You've got a lot of exporters already now trying to cram cargo through the supply chain. Chances are freight rates will go into an even higher peak over the next couple of months because higher price is just a matter of fine. Eventually, somebody is not going to be willing to pay. Some importers are going to pay the price for this. In the slightly longer term, this is again on the list of risk factors. The US demand boom to some degree is driven by a shift in consumer spending away from services onto goods, which again was triggered by the pandemic. There is not a soul on earth that knows when or how much the American consumer is going to change behavior again. Chances are that over time, as the pandemic subsides, they will revert back to normal behavior. If that happens overnight from one day to the next, that would be great seen from a demand perspective because demand would drop off a cliff and we can solve the bottleneck. But there are zero signs in the economy that that's about to happen. It's much more likely this will be a more gradual process. So that effect is likely not going to come to the rescue in 2022. So we're back to the only way to curb demand to get this equation to fit is to see increasing freight rates, especially in the next couple of months.
Taken together, about the congestion resolving timing, it doesn't look like we're going to solve this one probably in a yearly time framework. Probably for the coming one full year, the congestion is more likely to stay, especially along the US West Coast. And how Joe mentioned, 60% of US West coast trade is handled by LA Long Beach, and there is no buffering capacity along that one. And similarly, also Savannah problem, moving cargo to Charleston is only about 50% of total Savannah capacity. But if you look into why the carriers transporting cargoes along the US West Coast, that's not final destiny. Usually final destiny is more like toward US Eastern region. So the Savannah is probably through Panama Canal, the first arrival seaport. And so my perception about this one, the final destined customer are more from US East Coast rather than US West Coast. And if we perceive system from this angle, as Tim mentioned, 100,000 truck drivers together with the US rail system should be backed up to transport from US West Coast to US Eastern regional customer. So how is this inland capacity problem is actually related to this congestion problem at port? And although we can solve the port congestion problem, still the port itself is not final hinterland.
No, it's the total system is the issue. And I mean, I think what one should bear in mind is that when the opening of the new locks of the Panama Canal saw a substantial increase in cargo moving direct on big ships to East Coast ports. So actually, my recollection, and I'm sure Huaju and Lars will correct me if I got it wrong, but there has also been congestion in New York. This is not just a West Coast phenomenon. So it is the whole inland transport system in the US. Maybe the situation is obviously worse on the West Coast, but it's not confined to the West Coast.
No, let me add a bit to that. I mean, the latest count on Savannah is, I think you got 26 vessels waiting offshore there. This has been a perennial problem for months as well. And I don't see this primarily as a port problem. I see this primarily as a hinterland problem. There's a limit what you can do in the ports if importers are not picking up their cargo. And for context, we should also keep in mind that before the pandemic, I mean, I've been coming to intermodal conferences for years over in the US. The top topic for years before the pandemic was problems in shortages of chassis, coming problems in terms of shortages of truck drivers. This was already an issue before the pandemic. What the pandemic has done is, of course, it has accelerated that problem, but it was a pre-existing problem that just got amplified. So a lot of the key also to the long-term resolution here does not necessarily lie with the lines. It does not lie with the terminals. It lies with the intermodal inland system in the US.
Thank you. What amazed me from the last point is his excellent access to the data system. You just mentioned this morning 79 ships were anchored in LA and also 20 ships in Savannah. I just envy you about your most updated data access system. Anyway, let's move on to next one. Before moving on, somebody mentioned ripple effect. If the congestion is resolved, and this gonna impact about Asian port, would you be more elaborate about how come this resolving port congestion in US will impact rippling effect on Asia? Because Asian ports are not experiencing yet high level of congestion.
One way you can look at the ripple effects that's going to come is sometimes it's easier to see it if you make an extreme example. Let's take again Los Angeles Long Beach as the starting point. And let us just assume, just for fun, that tomorrow we resolve the bottleneck. We handle all the ships. The bottleneck is gone. But that would mean 3 weeks from now, you're going to have 80 additional vessels all piling into Asia at the same time. And there will be demand for these vessels because not only do we still have a demand boom, especially on Transpac, you have cargo backed up in Asia, either in containers that couldn't be loaded or at manufacturing locations that couldn't get equipment, or in deferred production because there was no transportation. So if you release all these vessels, that means you're going to have a pile of vessels come into the Asian ports that could be overwhelmed. Now, of course, the next logical step in that sequence would be then all these vessels leave Asia. And another 3 weeks down the line, you're going to rekindle the congestion problem in the US. So the way to think about this is, we already talked about there's a long time frame until we get to normal. But nobody should believe this is going to be a gradual improvement towards normality. It is not. It's going to be very much up and down. You're going to see pockets where suddenly there might be significant improvement. That would be brilliant. But then you're going to have ripple effects down. So suddenly you're going to see a worsening again. This is going to be like waves back and forth in the system.
Okay, let's move on to the next question, alliance restructuring. And many speakers mentioned there will be more likely a trend towards stronger number of stronger alliance systems. From the perspective of Maersk, as the #1 leading shipping company in the world, do you see there will be more consolidation happening because of this change caused by COVID-19? If that's the case, how is more likely among 3 top-ranking alliances there will be more? And in addition, intra-Asia trade is one of the highest trading region. And in Korea, there are about 13 shipping lines in operation, this one. And we are discussing about M&A to make shipping lines bigger. Do you think this is a good idea to consolidate more intra-Asia shipping lines?
To a large degree, yes. What we're talking into here is a trend that was ongoing even before the pandemic. The pandemic itself doesn't really change that underlying trend. Of course, we have to distinguish here between the large global carriers and the regional carriers. The global carriers spent 20 years getting to the point they're at now. And as long as they're allowed to still operate in the 3 alliances, there is no pressing need to merge any of the major container carriers. That would only happen if suddenly, for whatever reason, they were not allowed to operate in alliances. When you start to look at the regional carriers, they are not through that process yet. What you're going to see going forward, and this was, again, already on the cards even before the pandemic, you're going to see a reduction in the number of regional players. Some of them are going to be acquired by the large global carriers, like we saw recently with MSC and Lockheed Logistica, or Hapag-Lloyd and Nile Dutch, where you have a global carrier that wants to augment their portfolio in a specific location. You're going to see mergers amongst some of the regional players as well, because at the end of the day, it still boils down to scale. And we should not lose sight of the fact that scale is not just about the size of the vessels. It's about the size and scope of the network you can put into the market, where service frequency and the amount of point-to-point connections you can make is incredibly important. That's part of the value of the alliances, what they bring to the carriers. So that's part of, you are going to see more consolidation also in the regional trades. Right. Of course, now you're in a situation where everybody is making astronomical amounts of money. So that is potentially going to have a bit of a dampening effect. There shouldn't be any carriers that are desperate for cash right now. If they are, they really, really have a problem in the current market environment. And you can then argue, sure, but that means people have a lot of cash to acquire other carriers. Yeah, but the sale price is also going to be high, given the current market conditions. So this is not so much linked to the pandemic. This is more linked to a very long structural shift towards more consolidation.
Oops.
I think that there is a limit on how far consolidation can follow from here. Firstly, you have carriers' balance sheets are now significantly stronger than they were in the past. So there is less of a pressing need for most of these smaller carriers to go for consolidation at this point. There's also a lot of government involvement still in this industry. If you look at names like COSCO, Yangming, even HMM, and even PIL, these are all government-owned, or at least significantly controlled by the various governments. So it's very difficult to see how these names will be involved in a new consolidation wave. If you talk about the alliance, within the last 12 months alone, we have seen more evidence of carriers moving away from the alliance framework. And they're working on a standalone basis. For example, if you look at MSC and Maersk, CMA and COSCO, each of them have launched their own standalone services, especially on the Trans-Pacific US West Coast side. And then you also have lines like ZIM and One High, and they have expanded very aggressively with new services, especially on the Trans-Pacific, and these are all done on a standalone basis. And the same carriers, ZIM and One High, they have also been building up their own fleet of new ships in a very significant way. In addition to this, we have seen also the addition of newcomers, especially from the Chinese micro carriers that are now joining the long-haul trades. We've seen at least 5 or 6 of them coming into the Trans-Pacific within the last 6 months. So I think that there is a limit to how far consolidation can be taken up. I think the current high rate environment and the high earning margins that the lines have is setting the scene for a potential price war in the coming years. And again, this is going to be driven by supply and demand economics. The moment you have excess supply, and when you see that ships are not fully utilized, I am quite certain that we will see a repeat of previous price wars in this market again.
Okay, although the discussion is going very interesting, I need to take up some of the questions raised by the online participants, and I'm wondering how I can see the questions from the online. And somebody is reading the question, or should I?
지금 질문은 있는데요.
I'm sorry, but we are very much out of time, so we would just have to take some questions from the floor instead.
Some participants here, so therefore, rather than taking up online participants, we will take up some questions. And please identify yourself quickly, then go to your question.
Yes, I am Lee Hyuk, the marketing director of Busan Port Authority. My question directs toward all of you gentlemen. Well, I'm not sure you saw the presentation made by Olaf Merck, but he mentioned that shipping lines were somehow manipulative and anti-competitive. And as evidence, freight rate rose even before port congestion and carriers' schedule reliability issue. But I believe that he misinterpreted some of the data. But he raised one rightful question. Is it okay, the carriers' remarkable joint capacity management capability and consortia's 30% market share against EU regulation? I guess the government is getting pressure from the voters and cargo owners. So my question is, how will those regulators in EU and in the US respond to this?
Basically, they have already responded. I mean, you had a very, very clear statement coming from the chairman of the FMC just a few weeks ago, basically with the FMC and the European authorities and the MOT in China all having looked at it and concluded there is no undue price influence. They were pretty clear on that one. And of course, unfortunately, I didn't see the presentation here by Olaf Merck, but I think I'm pretty aware of all of the arguments that have been fronted on this one over time. And I simply don't see the data bearing them out. You have an extreme increase in prices that is partially linked to lack of capacity. So this is what you would see in any market, irrespective of how consolidated it is. If there is not enough capacity, price will go up. You also see increases in price, and there was a large discussion last year where a lot of shippers said, well, the carriers are canceling sailings, pushing up rates. And it's true, there were canceled sailings, but there was still a net injection of capacity, because while some sailings were canceled, there was also the introduction of larger vessels and of extra loaders and new services. You have the whole issue of lack of equipment. There's a long range of different arguments as to why it is purely normal market behavior, what you see now. And maybe to broaden the discussion out a bit, we are not used to, in container shipping, that freight rates suddenly increase a factor of 10. So it's a shock to everyone. But look at the VLCC tankers, look at the bulk markets over the decades. It doesn't happen every year, but it's a fairly frequent occurrence that suddenly freight rates for a brief period does increase by a factor of 10 due to capacity shortage. Then it comes back down. And if we look towards the coming decades, we might well prepare ourselves for a situation where this could also be the new normal in container shipping. Because the only reason we haven't seen these spikes in the past is because structurally there's always been extreme amounts of overcapacity in liner shipping. Owing to the rapid growth of the industry, that's a whole story in itself. We are in a more mature state. So at least on average, we might expect going forward that the gap between the capacity that is being used and the extreme upper limit of capacity available, that gap might in average be lower than what we have been used to, which will increase the risk or likelihood that you see these spikes, just as is fairly normal in the other parts of shipping.
If I think, okay, before the team's response, actually I'd like to make sure whether I correctly understood last comment. You mentioned a few weeks ago FMC chip and MOT in China as well as EU, after investigation of any illegal manipulation of freight rate, they came to conclusion there is no unjust behavior, collective behavior. So which means about shipping line did nothing wrong. Is that what you were mentioning, this one?
Yes, that is as far as I mean, I can't remember the exact phrasing that came out from the FMC chairman, but that was definitely the gist of it. That was, I believe it was during the shipping week in London, not so long ago.
Okay, Tim, your turn.
Yeah, I think the point that Lars makes about the other markets is very important. You know, no one's complaining in the pre-crash global financial crisis when Cape sizes are earning $200,000 a day. You know, this is just normal market behavior. You get a squeeze on the supply-demand balance, and price goes up. That's just normal, and I believe that carriers aren't. You know, they are allowed to cooperate operationally. That is legal. They are not allowed to collude on rate, and I believe they are not doing it. And frankly, they don't need to, because the supply-demand situation is doing it for them.
Okay, we'll take up another question from the floor. Anybody like to ask a question? Yes.
예, 안녕하세요.
Yes, hello. I'm a reporter and I really support container marine shipping. I have a question for the three gentlemen here. In Korea, we have HMM, SM, and InterAsia, these different marine companies. And even after the pandemic, they are also trying to grow and prosper. And they're also trying to participate in the decarbonization movement. This may be a very comprehensive question, but if we were to look at these marine players, these carriers in Korea, if you can provide us with some advice, can you give us some advice to these players in Korea?
Basically, their job, consulting shipping companies. You have to pay. Anyway, we appreciate your free service about how Korean shipping lines should do for prospering their business. Okay, one by one, starting from Tim, yes, followed by Lars. Okay.
Yeah, my opinion is a very simple one, which is that you have any company has to offer services that its customers want and deliver them reliably. In container shipping, the other key point is unit costs. So my advice to any shipping company, but the Korean shipping companies in this instance, is pay very close attention to the way you handle your customers, ensure you deliver your services reliably, and make sure that your unit costs are at the level of or lower than your competitors. Then you will be okay.
So simple answer is cost competitiveness. Okay, what about Lars?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to just repeat what Tim said because there was a lot of good words put in there, but a couple of additional comments. One thing to consider is the market for Korean smaller regional carriers still too fragmented? Is there a benefit in joining forces? That would be one thing to contemplate. And the other one, and I apologize if I don't have all the facts on this one because I've only seen it reported, highlighted in the press, where we can see at least there was some political suggestions in Korea to provide additional support for HMM to invest. If any shipping line in the current market environment needs financial support, that would be a clear sign to look inwards and say, what can we do better internally? If you are not making enormous amounts of money and can handle yourself financially under the current conditions, something is significantly wrong and needs to be fixed before the market normalizes again.
Would you like to advise Korean shipping companies?
Yes, I think that the politicians seem to be getting it all wrong. I think there is a focus on maintaining quantity rather than quality. This is not just unique to Korea, but it's also the case in many other countries. I think certainly there is a lot of room for consolidation within the Korean container shipping market. It has been five years since the Hanjin event, and since then we've only seen one major consolidation in Korea, and that's Hyungha and Sinoko. And apart from that, there really hasn't been any serious effort to make any moves towards greater consolidation within this market. I think this is long overdue. I think that there needs to be more incentives given. I think the current size and scale of the Korean players is simply too small. And you are going to be facing significant challenges, not just from traditional competitors, but there is an increasing number of Chinese players that are growing very aggressively. And this is going to be a major factor in the next few years. So I don't think there is really a need for the 8 or 9 different players within Korea right now. I think this should be reduced to 3 at most. But it's going to be a lot harder to implement this, especially since we haven't seen any real progress within the last 5 years.
I was just asked to conclude this discussion session, and I know all 3 of you are one of the highest charging consultants in the world, and because you have provided us with all free service about whatever questions were raised from the audience or myself, and we appreciate all your candid opinion and other things. However, I always mentioned you are the top ranking consulting company, also intellectual in the world. So in that sense, I'm paying back for your free service. I'm unpaid advertiser of all 3 companies. So time is up, and thank you very much again, and thank you very much. Your earliest time probably is about 10 a.m. in Europe. And I guess Zhao is in where? In Singapore? Where are you based in right now?
In Singapore.
Singapore. Singapore is okay. Thank you very much again, and I look forward to having more interaction in the near future. Okay. I will conclude this discussion session. Thank you very much indeed. Okay. Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye. Bye-bye.
I really appreciate such a heated discussion. Before we close, I'd like to thank our 3 speakers once again. Despite the pandemic, the traffic at Busan port has grown significantly. Now Busan is the 2nd largest transshipment port in the world. And this is attributable to many people, and I really appreciate the contribution by Team Power and Lars Jansen for their brilliant idea and advice. And I also want to appreciate the contribution from Tan Hua Zhu in growing Busan's network. Thank you very much. With this, we will conclude the 9th Busan International Port Conference. I really want to thank you for being with us for the last 2 days, despite your busy schedules. The ideas and the opinions will be fully utilized in order to restore what we have lost. And we will make sure that we will pursue inclusive growth of Busan Port. The presentation materials can be downloaded and be referred to at the official website of BIPC. And we will meet you once again in the 10th BIPC. Thank you.